All right, so I don't have pause. Just go. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna give you a possible things for you to see. First of all, recognize what the exponential function is, and let's start with there. So, what is exponential function? Well, let's start with a linear function. The table, what it look like. Okay. So if I have something like if I have something like this, x, y, and if I have -2, -4, -6, -8, and I have 1, 3, 5, and 7. What kind of function is this? How do you know it's linear? Well, you gotta be careful, right? Which one's increasing by the same amount? What? The y output. What else? X and y. So the x, you got to make sure the x is make sure they increase the same amount, but the y is also increase the same amount, right? So what you're gonna see is this one is 2, this one's 2, this one's 2. That means linear. So if they have a difference of a same difference of the output, and this is a constant, this is the same increase. So same increase. So it has to be a same increase. You cannot be like this increase by 2, but the x is not increased the same amount. Then that's not a good way to tell. Okay. How about this? The x is increased the same amount. What is this? Y is quadratic. Not because of that. Because I can give you other function. So this 4 minus 1 is what? 3. And 1 minus 0, 1. And 0 minus 1 is what? -1. Good. And this is -3, right? Now you see here, and here, and here, 3 minus 1 is 2. 1 minus -1 is 2. -1 minus -3 is 2. So this is the second difference. So this is quadratic. The second difference. So second difference is a constant. This is a first one. So this is the first difference. So if I give you two tables, you got to be able to tell which one's linear, which one is quadratic. We haven't get to exponential function yet. What will be the next example we're going to look like? X, Y, -2, -1, 0, 1, and 2. Now this is going to be 1/4, 1/2, 1, 2, and 4. Does this one have some difference? What does this one have? Huh? Well, how much more? Multiply by 2. So let's call ratio, right? This is times 2. This is times 2. This is times 2. This is times 2. And this is called an exponential function. And more in particular, which this exponential function is this. So usually exponential function is y equal to, there is an initial value, which is a. So it depends what the a is. Now this b to the x, this is known as a base. What do you think this function is? One times two to the x. Yes, one times two to the x. Because the idea is one. You start with one. This is a perfect example as last Friday I explained to you. Like something like, as a bacteria grow inside a bottle and grow double every minute, right? We say the minute before it's full, it's only half full. And we say our things cannot think linearly. I don't know if I can see that clip. I don't know where is the clip. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I can get YouTube here. No, cannot. Let me try it. So how to spell neo decrease? Neo decrease the times. Neo, Neil. Is that how to spell? Okay, yeah. Human brain does not think linearly. I think. I don't know. I saw a clip of him. No, man, I cannot find it. But anyway, he gave an example out. It's the same thing. He says the human brain doesn't comprehend linearly, because we just feel like everything is gonna doesn't think. It's like human brain only can think linearly, not able to think exponentially. So like you don't see like the other day I was talking about global temperature increases. Is this is a, even though the increase is so slow, but it's still exponentially, and it's gonna be compared to before. Even it's really rare. It's really hard to differentiate linear, exponential if it's just small scale. So the temperature is gonna increase faster and faster and faster, and it's being proven. It's just that the exponential growth is should the b value is very 1 like 0.0000001, but it's still growing exponentially. So human brain doesn't comprehend that. So for me, like I'm more scared of the global warming rather than anything else, any other agenda in this world. I think that's gonna hurt more people. It doesn't not no knocking on any other issues. Any other issue is irrelevant for us compared to temperature growing so fast right now. I don't feel winter this year. That's how it is. And the temperature, the more faster they grow, the more faster the hurricane grow faster. So when I grew up, when I was in like 15 or 16 years old, in order for a category 1 hurricane to change to category 5, it takes about 6 days. It takes 6 days to grow from category 1 to category 5. Right now, it can take literally 1 to 2 days because the temperature is so fast growing in the ocean temperature is growing so fast, it can take 2 days. Robert, put your phone away. So you gotta understand that. So right now we got to see a lot more frequent in category 5. In 1992, the only category 5 was Andrew for like 3 or 5 years. And now you're gonna see multiple category 5 within 1 year. Why? Because the temperature is warming, and you also know like a coral reef is bleaching a lot of different places in the world. So the beautiful coral reef that you see on a computer screen, that is no longer exists in many places. Used to be existing everywhere because the temperature is so high, the ocean temperature is so high. So those are things I think is more relevant than any other issues that, and no knocking on anything else. Like I say, not even people abortion or gay, lesbian, or whatever. I will say global warming is higher priority than anything else because its impact human life significantly, from food resources, from water resources, from everything else. It's going to impact you guys' culture more than anything else. I'm going to say that again. But that's my thing about temperature is more scary than anything. So why is this matter, right? Why is this matter? We're going to get to that slowly, but we're going to study this bacteria. So let's say this bacteria has a minute before. It's going to be half a bacteria, or going to be 1/4 bacteria. This is also explained the exponential rule. So for example, really beginning of the year, we talk about exponential rules. 2 to the third power is 2 times 2 times 2 is equal to 8. 2 to the second power is 2 times 2 is equal to 4. 2 to the first power is 2. And 2 to the 0 power, your teacher told you, says, is 0 power, it must be 1, but they never provide you a reason. The reason is it's divided by 2, divided by 2, and divided by 2. And that's going to become 1. And also, 2 to the first power is going to be 1/2 because divided by 2. That's also exponential. If a to the negative n power, that means it's 1a to the n. That explains a to the 0 power is 1. So it's very crucial you understand those basic math. Why that is. Most of you guys, before you come into my classroom, you guys don't know why is anything to the 0 power is 1. Now you understand it because it's a pattern. The pattern of math is going to reduce by half each time, right? And that's the exponential growth function. Now, there is a growth function, and I'm going to graph for you. So y equal to 1 to the 2 to the x. This is called growth function. Growth function has characteristic, and you have to be careful. So this is 2 to the 1 power, 2 to the 0 power is 1. This 4, this half, this 1/4. So the function is going to be something like this. So that's why you go to 2 to the x. It has another characteristic normally people don't see. There is a horizontal asymptote. This is called a horizontal asymptote. There's a horizontal asymptote. And I'm going to call this the anchor point, which is a 0, 1. It's not actually a point because I don't have to depend on this value. This value give you this. You can start with 2. You can start with 2 bacteria. At 0 times 0 is 2 bacteria, or 3 bacteria is growing. And double each second, then your graph is going to be different. Now, I can use this and I can graph this function. Most of you guys need to learn how to graph. So get your calculator out. If you know how to graph it, get your calculator out, try to graph it. So on your TI-84, I want you to graph y equal to 2 to the x plus 1. Okay, so how do you do it? You're going to go to y equal to, and you're going to type in 2, and you're going to type in this hat thing, and the parenthesis x plus 1. So hopefully you guys have a calculator, see it. But if you don't, you can take out the decimals. Just graph y equal to 2 to the x plus 1. Oops. And you need a parenthesis here. That's just because computer need to recognize that it's transformations. So I want to show you that y equal to 2 to the x. Then you can type in 2 to the x as well. So you're going to go to y equal to. So click this button on the left-hand corner and type in that function and just click graph. And you're going to see this graph. And if you have a computer, you can use decimals. So you guys learn how to graph. Emily, you don't have a calculator?
I left it in my car.
Huh?
I left it in my car.
Now I want you to graph y equal to 2 to the x graph, and I want you to tell me what's the difference between those two. Yes. True, but that's not what I'm looking for. It's true. No, not 1 unit higher. No, that's false. What? No, it is true, but it's not. I'm looking for again. Yes.
A transformation of up and down in the matrix.
From 2 to the x to 2 to the x plus 1, moving right.
Sorry, I mean a transformation of -1 on the y-axis.
Exactly. Okay, so you compare y equal to 2 to the x, right? Y equal to 2 to the x plus 1. What does this graph do? This is inside a parenthesis, right? We talk about inside a parenthesis. That's why that parenthesis is so important. If it's inside a parenthesis, it's going to have a transformation that's horizontal. Now this, compared to this, is moving which direction? Left 1, right? Does that make sense? Left 1 units. It has a transformation. I'll show you on decimals. You guys see it from the calculator as well. This is green line is that way. It's moving left 1 unit. Ian, you should pay attention. It's moving left 1 unit. Now, why do some people says 2 to the x plus 1? It's not the same. So let's say 2 to the x plus 1, y equal to 2 to the x plus 1. Somebody says plus 1, I say no. Armin says plus 1, I say no, it's not go up by 1 because not the whole graph go up by 1. That means the horizontal asymptote is also transforming. Right? Horizontal asymptote start at 0. That 0 is going to move up 1 unit. So that's not true because the first two, there's horizontal asymptote. The horizontal asymptote is straight at 0. It's just graph moving left 1 unit rather than going up. Does that make sense or no? Yes, no, maybe? So the only two things you need to pay attention. One is the anchor point. One is horizontal asymptote. Where the anchor point is, where the horizontal asymptote is. Got it? So if I were to ask you that, hey, I want to graph 2 to the x plus minus 2 plus 4, I want you to graph this function. I want to try to graph by hand first and then check with the calculator to see if you're right. But you gotta check a couple coordinates though. If I would just ask you graph this by hand, Do you know how to graph it? Don't use calculator, Sarah.
No, she basically. Yeah, like I get the graph, and then it says like
Your calculator's racist to white people.
it says like that. You can't have all the plus.
You can have what?
I think it
What does this graph do? Oh, by the way, if you have TI-84, if your calculator ever has some issue as hers, write down this: second plus 7, 1, 2. Then reset the calculator into factory setting. It should graph anything you want to graph. It should graph. It reset your calculator. Second plus 7, 1, 2. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The stats part. Yeah, you can reset that. Just do second plus 7, 1, 2. The only thing is, the only downside is it deletes all the things in your calculator. So if you have Mario game in there, it deletes them. But I'm pretty sure Charlotte doesn't have a Mario game in there, or Tetris. When we grew up, we used to program that calculator in there. We have Street Fighter in there too. And when I grew up, we actually programmed. Like, why would you want to play Street Fighter on the calculator? Yeah. Yeah.
Could you teach us how to do that?
No, I don't remember how to do it. Okay, 2 to the x minus 2 plus 4. Do you know how to graph it now? Second plus 7, 1, 2. If you want to know how to graph it. Yeah. What happened with your calculator?
It won't show up when I plot it.
Let me see. Okay, come here. Reset the calculator.
Okay.
Second plus 7, 1, 2. Second plus 7, 1, 2. Yes.
Enter.
2.
Oh.
Okay, now graph again. I don't know what you did, but I'm just gonna ask you to reset the calculator so you learn how to reset the calculator. Y equal to 2 to the x minus 2. You had to graph the horizontal asymptote, by the way. Did you graph the horizontal asymptote? Where was the horizontal asymptote before? What was the horizontal asymptote after?
How it works.
Yeah, just reset your calculator if you really have issue. So that way you know, like there's always a go-to. Like if your cell phone doesn't work, you reset your cell phone. It's pretty much the same thing. Okay, so what happened to this graph? Moving which direction? 2 to the where? Right, 2 right, good. What else? What else? Up 4. Good. So 2 to the right, up 4. So if I have 2 to the right, I'm going to graph the original graph to show you. So this is the original graph. Those are the points. Okay, that's the original graph. Now it's true, but there's an asymptote right here, right? So this point is moving. This point is moving what? 2 to the right and up 4. So 2 to the right, up 4. So that there is a point 2 to the right, up 4. That's this point here. Also, there is a asymptotes moving up 4. So 2 things moving. And this is a half. This is 1/4. This is 1/8. And this is 2. This is 4. And this, the graphing is more. So y equal to 2 to the x minus 2 plus 4. By the way, how do I find x-intercept or y-intercept on this? How do I find y-intercept? Set 0 for x. This is a good SAT question, by the way. They will say, hey, can you find y-intercept? So how do I find y-intercept? Set x equal to 0. So be y equal to 2 to the negative 2 plus 4. What is 2 to the negative 2? 1 over 4 plus 4. That's equal to 4.25, which is like here is 4.25, which is right. So 2 things happen, right? One is you gotta recognize horizontal translation is moving up. You also understand that anchor points moving to specific points. Got it? So that's called a growth. This is called a growth graph. If there's a growth, there's a what? What's the opposite of growth? What? Decay. Do you guys remember the decay function look like? Well, the decay function looks like this. 1, 2 to the negative x. That's called decay function. That function is going to grow. It's going to decay. Do you guys know what decay is? A lot of time if you did like if you test something like, let's say if you do MRI machine, so decay is I'm going to give you some examples. So for example, I had a like almost like a stroke once, and what I do is, and I feel like I actually like that was like the first year I taught at a school. I taught in a really bad school, and that the school was so bad that I think I was walking the front office and I passed out. I had like, and people asked me to lift my arm, and I can lift my arm. I was like, you know how you have stroke that if when you want to see if a person has stroke, the first question you should ask them is lift both arms, and if one arm is higher than the other one, it's a stroke. Like there's stroke symptoms. So I was showing a stroke symptoms, and then I was like, now what happened is they take me to the hospital. They want to test. So in order to see how brain function is, they're gonna inject something called, this is actually in AP chemistry and AP bio. They inject something called trace material. A trace material is it's called vertical. It's called isotope, chemical isotopes. So they inject in you. The chemical isotope has about, I don't know what is the half life. It's probably like 30 minutes half life. So that means they inject 10 grams in you. Emily, put your phone away. They inject 10 grams in you. In 30 minutes, it's going to become half the material is. It's going to become 5 grams. So that's called decay. It's this half-life is how long it takes to become half of the life. So they inject it in you. They don't want to have those chemicals stay inside your body. So they inject a trace isotope. So isotope will decay, half-life each time, each 30 minutes or each 1 hour, whatever it is. So that just assume the half-life is 30 minutes. So inject 10 gram in you. So I can feel the body, that something inject inside of my body is warm. It's like they inject a pee inside your bloodstream. And you can feel that they go in through your, it go to your body because your body start circulating, your blood starts circulating and start going to your heart, going to your brain, going to everywhere. So now they take the MRI. So if they take an MRI image, they can see those blood. Where do they clot? Does that make sense? Because those radioisotope, you can see it on an MRI machine. They will show different color, and they will go in through, and they will find out whether you have heart problem. They will stop in the heart, and they will see where they get stuck. So whether you need to stent or whatever, they will take care of that. If they see in the brain, do you need to do a surgery? Luckily, I had nothing going on. I don't know. My blood pressure went too high. So they will find all those information and they will find all the things. So those are the things that you had to be careful. Like you had to know when you're doing going to MRI, why do they give you, where did they ask you, why do they inject you something? Because they need this called dye, DYE. So they'll have the chemical isotope and it's gonna represent the dye. So actually, if you go into like say go into the airport and you have those chemical isotopes because it's metal, actually, I don't know, I forgot what is it, what kind of metal is it. So if you go into like say it's the detector, they will actually beep, and you will not have anything, and they'll actually beep because they'll find like a trace of metal inside your body, even though you can be completely naked, they still can find, they can still beep that the sound. They will stop you and they will strip search you. But you're not gonna go through right on the airport if you do that. But this is an understanding of certain situation. So 2 to the negative x, what would this graph look like? Does anybody know? What is it? It is decay, but what does it look like? Flip what? But how do they flip? They flip like across x-axis? What? Why the y-axis? Oh, you did your math in your head. Okay, well, let's do your math. Let's just do plug in x and y and plug in -2. What's 2 to the -2? 4. Good. If it's -1's 2 to the -1, it's going to be 2. If it's 0, it's going to be what? 1. If it's 1, it's going to be 2 to the -1, so 1/2. It's 2 is 2 to the -2 to the 1/4. So this is the first time we talk about, before we say it can reflect across x-axis, but this is the first time we show you it's reflecting across y-axis. So it's going to be like this. So that becomes the parent graph. Now again, it has a horizontal asymptote again. It has a horizontal asymptote. Got it? So y equal to, let's ask you, what will be 2 to the -x plus 1 minus 2? What would this graph look like? Now remember, horizontal asymptote is also moving. This graph's moving left or right? Austin, are you sure? 100%? Anybody says right? Good. It's moving left. Left one, and let's go up or down. Down two. What is down two? The two things down. One is the anchor point is going to go down, and also the horizontal asymptote is going to go down. So if I were to graph this, horizontal asymptote start at 0, and it's going to go down -2. So the graph was like right here, right? It was like something like here. This is the original graph. It has an asymptote here, but it's going to go down 2 units and move left 1 unit. So this is the new graph. So it's going to go this direction, left 1 unit, down 2 units. So this is the graph. Now this is same as this point. Now the next one is going to be half, 1/4, like this. So this is the graph. Yeah, this is the graph. So move left 1, down 2. Also, horizontal asymptote is going to move down 2 as well. And that's the things you want. By the way, do you know how to find y-intercept? Can you find it? Where's the y-intercept? Yes.
Where did they get the red line from?
That's the 2 to the negative x graph. That's the decay graph. Decay is going to get half and half and half and half and half. Most decay also happened in, I don't know. Do you guys remember this place called Fukushima? It is in Japan, but do you know what happened in Fukushima? Yeah, it was 12 years ago, 15 years ago. Is there was a nuclear there was a tsunami in Japan, and that water go all the way to the nuclear plant and then destroy the nuclear plant. So the nuclear plant, the chemical, the it was like it blew up. So that town of Fukushima is basically radioactive. Nobody lived there anymore. Yeah, well, pretty much. It's like there was another place in Siberia, the same thing happened. I forgot what it's called. Chernobyl, yes. Chernobyl and Fukushima is two major one. But I remember like Japanese, they're very honest people. They're very, very honest people. And you can tell that is because there was a farmer over there. And the government lied to them, says the food is okay. The food you grow here is fine. Because what happened is they lied to the population is they put like a radio sensor in the area and they say, yeah, look, this is it's fine. But the problem is they clean that area and they put a radioactive sensor on top of it. And they say, oh yeah, it's fine. But end up all the things are like radioactive. Even the food they grow is radioactive in that special town. And that farmer was growing those things and he didn't know, like government lied to him, says the food was okay. But end up they find out he distributed food and he feels so horrible he commits suicide over it. Because he said that's not right. This I just saw a bunch of people, I hurting a lot of people. So he actually committed suicide and he's just like it was actually a true story of the farmer over there. Right now they even dumping those radioactive water all the time to the ocean. But this is causing the ocean life to be, I don't know. Huh? Fukushima. Yeah, there's because the whole thing is flooded, and the real radio, like the chemical is decaying to the water, and then they keep the water over there. They didn't want to release right away, but they release small amount each time. But it's actually not good for the world too. So it's very, very scary, because you think like you only U.S. government hide stuff. Every government hides stuff. It doesn't matter China, America. Every government hides stuff, and they're hiding all those things, information to their own populations. It's actually pretty interesting. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so that's going to the decay. Now you got growth, you got decay. Now, do you guys know that there is actually inverse of this function? Inverse of 2 to the x function. How do you find inverse function of 2 to the x? You switch x and y, right? So let's just say if I want to find inverse. So you switch x equal to 2 to the y. And you're like, okay, I'm going to solve for y. But the problem is you can't really solve for y. Does anybody know how do I bring the y down? Nobody know? Okay, so I'm going to introduce you a new function today. The function here, Robert, the function here is called logarithm. Have you guys heard about logarithm before? And there's another function called natural log. Natural log and logarithm. So what's the difference? First, log can have a bit different base. You can have a log base of b, and that b can be anything greater than 1. And natural log is also log, but with a special base. This base is e. That's called base e. And you're like, what is base e? What is e? Do you guys know what e is? What is it? Euler's number. Good. Do you guys know what Euler's number is? So instead of memorizing pi 3.14, Euler's number is really close to pi. It's roughly 2.712. Hopefully I'm streaming. That's a lot of information. Good. So 2.712. Okay, and we're going to talk about why the Euler's number is important. Next time, if you don't know anything from my class, you have to know where is the E. You're going to say it's really close to the pi. Euler's number is one of the most special number in the world. So there are 5 special numbers in the world. E, I, pi, 1, 0. There are 5 special numbers in the world. Euler's number is actually one of the very important one. Okay, so that's Euler's number. Somebody says Euler's number is 2.712. Know this number by heart. 2.712128 actually, but that's Euler's number. Now you're gonna learn about a lot of property. Later, I'm gonna use the natural log, but there's gonna be the same thing for log or natural log. Is ln of x plus ln of y equal to ln of xy. Ln of x minus ln of y equal to ln of x over y. Ln of x to the y is equal to y ln of x. So ln is a natural log, and log is base e. Now, you guys usually get turns off when I talk about log. Teacher, when I say log, it's probably the longest words that you ever seen in math. But it's actually one of the easiest math operation there is. So how many of you guys seen log before last year? Do you guys remember what was it? No. You see that in Miss Davis' class last year? Or who are you seeing that? Miss Davis? Who else? Does anybody have any other teachers besides Miss Davis? Yes? Miss Shade, does she show log or no?
Yeah, not very good.
Okay. So what happened is there is a property for log, and this is like one of the most important property. This is a property that you can bring the power down. Do you see that there's a y? There's a problem. Y is an exponent. And using this property that you can bring the power down. So you can say, well, natural log of x on both sides. And then you can ln of x equal to y ln of 2. So you can bring the power in the front. This has a special property that you can bring the power to the front. And this will equal to y equal to log of x over log of natural log of x over natural log of 2. And this will change to log of 2. Log 2 of x. So there's another property says it's called changing base. Log of a over log of b is equal to log of a b, like this. So what I did, it could be natural log of a over natural log of b. Now, I know this is overwhelming to see it the first time. There's a lot of information. If you don't know all this information, it's okay. I'm not gonna test them. I'm gonna show you where they come from, and I'm gonna show you later. This next whole week, we're gonna show you what an exponential function is. So this is y equal to log 2 of x. Anyway, this is the inverse of y equal to 2 to the x. I'm gonna start here on the top again. This is y equal to 2 to the x. We say find inverse function, we switch the x and y. So that be x equal to 2 to the y. And we say, wait, y is an exponent. I cannot bring the exponent down. I need using some other property to bring the exponent down. The only one thing about logarithm is really good at, you can bring the exponent down to the coefficients. So you say that's natural log both sides. Does anybody understand this part? Natural log both sides. Now, after you do natural log both sides, the 2 can be dropped in the front. So the natural log, the y become drop in the front, so be y times natural log of 2. And then you can solve for y, then will be y equal to natural log of x over natural log of 2. And changing base equation is going to be log base of 2 of x. Now, I will not test you this. I just wanted to show you that there's something coming from here. Now, you got log 2 of x. How do I graph y equal to log 2 of x? Does anybody know how to do it? I already showed you how to done it before. I think Austin have some type of idea. Yeah, I see your finger go like this, and I kind of know that he know what's going on. Remember, we have x and y, right? And this is a 2 to the x. So that's -2, -1, 1, 0, 1, and 2. That's equal to what? 1/4, 1/2, right? And this is 1, 2, and 4. So if I switch them, x, y equal to log 2 of x. 2 is a base. So that's going to be 1/4, 2, 1/2, -1. 1 is going to be 0. 2 is going to be 1. 4 is going to be 2. So I'm going to graph both functions. That way you can see it. This is the original function. 2 to the x look like. This is y equal to 2 to the x. Now remember there's a symmetry line. Anybody can tell me the symmetry line for the inverse function? What is the symmetry line? No. What is the inverse symmetries? Y equal to x. Thank you. So there is a black line. There's a blue line here. And then there is a thing here that now I'm going to show you the symmetry. So at x equal to 1/4, it's very close to 1/4. So we're going to say this is the 1/4 right here. At x equal to 1/4, it's going to be, oh, this is -2. So it's going to be -2. At 1/2, it's going to be -1. At 1, it's going to be 0. At 2 is going to be 1. At 4, it's going to be 2. So this is going to be the line like this. So y equal to log 2 of x. Yes. Exactly. I'm glad you point that out. It has a vertical asymptote at 0. Because you also inverted the horizontal asymptote. So they switch. They switch to become vertical asymptote from horizontal asymptote. But they have an anchor point at here. So which is 1, 0. They have an anchor point. So they reflect to y equal to x. So if you ever ask you how to graph natural log base of 2 of x, it's going to be exact same way. So we learned a lot of different graphs today. Let me recap everything. First, let's start by growth function. Right? So that's a growth function. That's going to be 2 to the x graph. Do you know how the transformation of this graph? Yes? Moving up, down, left, right. Okay. What does a decay function look like? Decay function is going to look like this. 2 to the -x. That's reflecting toward the y-axis. And they can transform. Now we're going to learn what's log 2 of x, log base of 2 of x. It's going back the other way. It's inverse 2 to the x. So it's not like a decay function. They now look alike. They have, this has a vertical asymptote. So you might have write it down. Vertical asymptote is x equal to 0. Anchor point is at 1, 0. Yes, we're gonna get to that, but we're gonna talk about e to the x now. So remember the graph. We say 2 to the x look like this. So y equal to 2 to the x. It looks like half, 1/4, 2, and 4. So this is gonna be 2 to the x. Now, if I ever ask you, says graph y e to the x, nothing is changed. The only thing is couple coordinates, but I don't care about those coordinates. Because if I ask you graph y equal to 2 to the x and e to the x, they are basically practically the same graph. There's small difference though. I'm going to show you. 2 to the x, right? Versus e to the x. Do you see any difference? They still have the same anchor point. It still have the same horizontal asymptote. It has no difference. First graph, you just go like this. Whoop, you're done. It have those points, has a horizontal asymptote, 2 to the x, e to the x. Matter of fact, y equal to 3 to the x is somewhere in between. So it'll be 3 to the x. The only thing is your next value. So your next value here, see this, the green line, blue line, black line, they all have a similar quality of stuff. Y equal to 4 to the x. It just becomes steeper, but you still have same quality of stuff. Y equal to 5 to the x. It just become more steeper. That's it. But everything else is the same. For the way I'm going to ask you how to graph, it doesn't matter what the base is. Long as the base is not less than 1. If anything greater than 1, this is good. This is good. This is no problem. Yes. You asked a question I'm hoping to avoid, but that's okay. What if it's less than 1, right? So remember this decay functions, right? Q to the negative x, right? 2 to the negative x, right? Go back to this one. Can I rewrite this function? Can I rewrite this function? Can I say it's 1/2 to the x? Is that the same? Think about it. This is 2 to the negative 1 power, right? And this 2 to the negative 1 power to the x, would that be 2 to the negative x? That's another way to describe a decay function. Because as x increases, I'm going to be half each time. So this is not a way to represent decay function. Matter of fact, I'm glad Armin asked that question because there are two different ways to explain decay function. It could be 2 to the negative x, or it could be 1/2 to the x. Now to answer your question, Armin, if it's less than 1, it becomes what? It becomes decay. So I'm glad you asked that. If it's less than 1, so 1/2, this perfect example is less than 1. Now don't worry about the negative number because that gets too complicated. Any question about here? Now let's just understand the graph of thing. Yeah. Okay, so 2 to the x, e to the x, they are the same graph. If I ask you e to the x, more likely I will ask you e to the x because e is between 2.712 to the x. That is the e. I will ask you e to the x. I'll ask you 2 to the x. I'll ask transformation of that. Julia, you okay? You look like I hate this stuff. Okay. Okay. Now, this is 2 to the x. I'm going to try to show you all in one graph. This is this the blue part. This gonna be what? What graph is this? Which is what? Y equal to either 2 to the negative x or what? 1/2 to the x, right? So what is this graph? What is this graph? Inverse of 2 to the x, which is what? Log 2 of x, right? So we're going to say log 2 of x. Or you can think of a natural log of x. It's very similar to natural log of x. Just say it's natural log of x. Because that's the graph I'm going to ask you to graph. Natural log of x. So we know 3 different graphs now. Natural log of x. Very, very, very important. And you don't have to know the inverse of decay graph, but you can probably safe to assume it's just the other way. But yes. Huh? I did it earlier. So it start with this, right? It start with x equal to 2 natural log of y, and you solve for y, you got this and you got this. How do I show you? I show you by graphing the exponential and just switch the coordinates. Do you see that? You switch the coordinates. That becomes natural log of, or log base 2 of x, but we're going to say it's very close to natural log of x. If I ask you graph natural log of x has a vertical asymptote, at x equal to 0, at anchor point at 1 comma 0, so anchor point. So can I ask you graph ln of x minus 2 plus 5? So remember, go with the brown graph. Same thing as that point. What is moving this time? Can you guys graph natural log of x minus 2 plus 5? So it doesn't matter if I do log or natural log, they are the same graph, just knowing as the same. They only have small difference. It's not something that we can graph by hand. So we're going to assume they are the same. How about natural log of x minus 2 plus 5? What does that graph do? Start out with moving what? Which direction? Right 2. Because that's inside the parentheses. Same like before. Plus 5 means what? Up 5. But you know what? If you have vertical asymptote, you move up 5. Does that matter? No, it doesn't matter, right? So, first of all, vertical asymptote is at 0. But it's moving left 2 units. So that's the vertical asymptote right here. Oh, I got confused my left and right. Pretend that you didn't see that. My fault. I always told students don't get confused. I just got confused. Move right 2. Let me finish this part, okay? So let's go up 5. So the vertical asymptote move up 5 doesn't matter. So where was the anchor point before? The anchor point is right here. That is moving right 2 and up 5. So it's going to be something like this. And you just have to sketch it. You don't have to be exact accurate. Nobody can be exactly accurate, even me. I'm just going to graph like this, and I see that's my graph. Because it going from this point, move right 2 and up 5. And my vertical asymptote is there, and I just graph a natural log of x graph, which is... Okay, yeah, you can go.
If you wanted to find more specific points, could you plug something in or no?
You can, but you need a calculator to do natural log of stuff. So you cannot really plug in specific points without calculator. So those are the things why I need you guys bring calculator so that way you can see the transformation. Now you can graph on the calculator, see if that transformation happened the same or on the decimals, but you can go. Okay. Now let's talk about Euler's number. But before we talk about Euler's number, we're going to talk about one question on SAT. It's always happening. How much time I have? Good. That's enough to explain this part. And this is also on my test. Do you guys remember this equation? What is this equation known as? What? No. Neil, what's the equation called? Have you seen this? And nobody seen this before? How many of you guys seen this equation before? Raise your hand. This is your life right here. Why this is your life? Robert asked me a good question last time. Robert says before he left, he's like, why don't people just put the money into IRA, you get 8%, right? Is that what you're saying?
So if you can borrow for a less percent interest than you can make.
Yeah, it's probably what is it? It's same thing. So he said if he can borrow from a bank for 2%, can you borrow that money to put in IRA? Ideally, this sounds like a very sweet deal, but it's not always IRA is going to give you a return. It's exactly 8%. Matter of fact, give you 8%, you probably need to put it in Vanguard, which is S&P 500, which is all cap 500. Like I don't think even they give you like maybe 8%, maybe 9%. I don't know what the exact percentage is, but yeah, it's possible. But the interest, I don't know how that the other borrowing interest part. Ideally, that's practical, but right now sometimes the stock go up and down, so you're taking the risk. Your risk is what if the market crash, right? So market can crash. Market crash in 1940s, market crash in 1980s, market crash at certain spacious certain times. Now, the problem is when things crash, people tend to panic sell. Okay, so if you see your investment went from $1 million to $100,000, that you know, it's possible for you to sell them. So that's why you're not in. Now that's a very high risk things. Matter of fact, there was somebody borrow all his money out and put on a Dogecoin. You guys see that the guy that he eventually got like $40 million from Dogecoin on a long time ago, and he was like a very TikTok famous. He's like this guy with full grown beard. He borrowed like $20,000 from a bank and put everything on a Dogecoin, and he become grow to $40 million. And there was another person named Stephen Graham. Stephen Graham told him to sell at $20 million. He said sell half of them. At least you can keep keep $10 million. And then he didn't sell. Now it went back to like $20,000. And he's like, I'm gonna hold it until it becomes like $40 billion or something like that. But that never did happen. So the problem is you put it in things like that, you are taking a risk. That risk is You don't know when it's time to sell. So this is your life. It's called compound interest. It starts with the car. That what you're gonna be dealing with. Your first thing at age 16, you're gonna deal with the car loans. Okay? And then after that, student loan. Yeah, this is your life. I'm not even kidding. This is a life lesson right here. After that, mortgage loan. I don't know how to spell mortgage. So this is your life. If you don't know this equation, you're in trouble. Actually, mortgage loan is a little bit more complex to this equation. Student loan are a little bit more complex. The calculation of the loan are a little bit different, but very similar. So study by knowing this equation. A equal to P times 1 plus R over N times NT. Now, start with a simple SAT question. Next year, when you take an SAT, you are going to be adaptive. And I talked to a certain individual in the classroom. They worry about they score low, but here's the thing. You had to get the easy question right. The easy questions are percentage questions. You have to get those percentage questions right. Give you a pop quiz. If I go eat at Olive Garden and I spend $120 and I'm decide to be cheap, I only give 15% tips. How much the total meal costs with the tips? If you know it, raise your hand. I'll give you 30 seconds. $120, 15% tip. If you know it, just raise your hand. Don't shout it. I know some of you guys are going to shout it. 15% tips. The meal plus a tip, how much is it? Don't use a calculator. Merle, you raise your hand?
172.5 or 168. I don't know what it is too.
Anybody else? Hold on, let me ask. How about rest of you guys? The rest of you guys don't know? I'm gonna call on the people who didn't raise your hand. I'm gonna call on Kayleen.
137.
Wait, how much is the meal?
120.
Oh, I thought it was 150. My bad.
Okay.
My thing is wrong.
Okay. Ashton.
138.
Huh?
138.
132?
No, 138.
138? Armin? 138. Good. So $120 meal. Now, normally people multiply by 0.15. I don't like that. I'm going to explain why I don't like that. Because that's only the tip. There is a way to multiply, you do not including that. It's actually $120 times 1 plus 0.15. Because this is the meal. You have to times 1. That's the meal. Plus 0.15. You can use a calculator, figure out that's very easily. But you have to including that 1. And that's this 1 come from. This 1 is there is because you have to including the original loan. Plus the interest. So you have to have a 1 plus something. Does that make sense? Why you have 1 plus something? Now, for those of you guys don't know how to calculate without calculator, guess what? $120, 10% is going to be moved 1 decimal places. So that's $12. Does that make sense? And then 5% is half of a $12, which is $6. Does that make sense? So then this is gonna be 18. Just plus 18 into 120 is equal to 138. Simple math question on SAT. Please get it right. Now, is it possible SAT asks you backwards? They say the total cost after tip is 150. The person decided to pay 20% tips. What is the meal cost? I'm going to write it down. The total with tip is 150. And they say the person paid 20% tip. This one you might need to use calculator. I might not. Can you find original costs? How many of you guys know how to do this? Easy percentage question on SAT.
I feel like 1.20 divided by 150. Wait. Never mind.
You got to be confident. Are you sure? How do you find the original meal cost? Do you guys know how much original cost? It has 20% tips on top of it. It's 150. There was a 120, was 125? Are you sure? You sure? You sure? I don't know. Okay, how do you know it's 125? So you're same as Jada. Jada says exact same thing. Think about it. Original is the x, right? Times 1 plus 0.2 is equal to 150, right? So x equal to 150 divided by 1.2. What's 150 divided by 1.2? This one's kind of hard. 125? Is it? How do you know it's 125? Do you use calculator? Okay. So let's try it without it. 150. There's a way to do it without it. What's 1.2? Can you convert to fractions? Brendan, what kind of Asian are you? You're a fake Asian. You might as well be white. Huh? 6/5. Good. So it'll be 150 divided by 6/5. So it'll be 150 times 5/6. I can simplify this is 2. And 3, that's going to be 50. So that'll be 250 divided by 2. That's 125. Yes, it's 125. Nice. So does that make sense? X times something equal to 150. Just move it to the other side, solve for X. That's how you find the original cost. We're going over a lot of SAT stuff. You guys got to know those stuff. Because it's adaptive test. Guess what? You get a simple question wrong, you will never get to the hard question. If you didn't get to the hard question, you will never have a chance to score a perfect score. Your upper limit's going to be 650, 700, depends. You want to have the opportunity to guess those questions and maybe get lucky and you get 720. But if you got the wrong track of questions, then you don't have that. So get all the easy questions right. Do not overlook all the easy questions. Make sure you get them right 100% of the time. Equation rule line, system equation, exponent rule, percentages, ratios. You don't even need to deal with algebra 2. Just deal with algebra 1 stuff. This, percentage, ratios, proportion, probabilities. Yes.
Can you explain why you get a different number if you multiply by 0.8 than if you divide by 1.2?
Right. Right. Okay, let's go back to talk about this equation. How much time I have? Good, I have enough time. I'm gonna paste again. T star phone is known as a principal. That means your starting value. R stands for interest rate. N is how many times it compounds. Compound. T stands for year. How many year is? N is how many times it compound again. So it's right here. Why is that important? Let's first of all, don't memorize this equation. Understand what is going on. Let's just say if I borrow $20,000 from the bank, I want to buy a Toyota Camry. Actually, probably Corolla now. It used to 20,000 can buy a Camry. Now 20,000 probably can barely buy a Corolla. But that's fine. You have a car to drive. It's better than you walk to school. Okay. And let's calculate how much interest you'll pay after 5 or 6 years. Right? So $20,000 loan. How many years you want to borrow? Usually it's 5 years. So that's a 5 years. Five years loan. Okay, so I want you to compare compound, different compound. So compound monthly or compound let's compound annually and compound monthly. And annually or monthly. Now, why do I say that? Annually and monthly. No, this N. I'm going to talk about N. N is equal to 1 if it's annual. N equal to 2 is what? What is it called? Semi-annual. N equal to 4 means what? Quarterly. N equal to 12 is what? Monthly. Did you get the point? N equal to 52 means what? Weekly. N equal to 365 is what? Daily. Usually, its interest usually is daily. That means every day you calculate interest. Boom, 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 boom. After the end of the day, you calculate the interest. Now, let's compare annually, monthly, and daily, right? So what we're going to do is using your calculator, do 20,000. That's your principal. How much is current interest? We talked about it yesterday. Current interest rate right now is what? 8%. So be 1 plus. Now, how do I do 8%? How do I convert it to the R here? 0.08. Good. Now, if it's annually, it's going to be 1. And this is going to be 1 times 5. So I want you to use a calculator. Tell me how much is it. This is on your SAT. This is not even on the, and it's on my pre-calc, but it's on your SAT more than anything. They will say compound annually. What you're gonna do is use your calculator, figure out this part, or you can type in TI-84, you can type in everything. But just make sure that 0.08 divided by 1. I will do another parenthesis here. So use your calculator, figure out how much is it. Do you guys, Emily, do you know how to use calculator? Okay. You can type in decimals. Decimal will do it for you as well. So if you don't have a calculator, use decimals. How much is it? Can somebody tell me? 29,000? Is that right?
Yeah.
29 what? 393 point what? 56. That means after 5 years, you're gonna pay extra $9,000. That's shitload of money. For me, I went to Craigslist, I buy my car. You see my bumpers almost fall off when I drive in? That costs for $4,000. I still get from school to my home. I will not buy a new car. But that's just me. Of course, you're gonna ask your parents for a new car because it looks nice. You can pick up girls like that easily, right? For those boys. For those girls, they can look fancy. Okay, so that's $9,000 more. Now that's annually. Let's do it monthly. Can you do it monthly? What's the only thing that switch? Well, if you think about monthly, right? You cannot calculate the interest rate 0.08 and not divide it by 12. Because if you don't divide it by 12, then that's bad. Because that means you calculate interest, you're going to take the interest and divide it by 12 as well. Does that make sense? The interest need to divide it by 12. So be 0.08 divided by 12. Now, you are not going to calculate one interest per year now. You can calculate interest after each month, right? So how many months are they? So 12, right? Times 5 years. So that's why this is 12 and this is 12. Do you understand why now? You divide the interest by 12, but you're going to calculate 12 times. So that's going to be what? Can somebody tell me the price here? 29 796.91. You're gonna say, well, it calculates monthly, right? You have to pay extra around $300, $400. Not too bad. It's okay. You can charge me daily if you want. At end of the 5 year, I only pay extra $400. You can eat Olive Garden like 4 times. And being really cheap on tips. But still, it's a saving. Now, I'm going to talk, does that make sense? How do you use this equation? Okay, let's talk about Mr. Ye's bank. Mr. Ye will let you borrow $1 because he's on teacher salary. $1 loan. What's the highest interest rate you can go with? I mean, you can go, what's the best interest rate? $100, how about that? 100% interest rate. 100% interest rate. You're gonna be like, Mr. J's gonna be rich. I'm on teacher salary, you know? I gotta find a way to hustle. Hustle those monies. Okay. You can borrow $1 from me, but I'm gonna charge you 100% interest. And only 1 year term. Not 5 year, not anything. Okay? So let's just say $1. 100% interest. So it'll be 1 plus, sorry. 1 plus what? Well, 1 over 1, right? And that's 1 times 1, right? So that's going to be $2 if I compound annually. Hopefully you can, this is n equal to 1. Is that okay? N equal to 1? What happens if n equal to 2? 1 plus 1 over 2 times 1 times 2. Can you use a calculator to tell me that? Probably 2.25, I would say. It's 2.25? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with n equal to 12. 1 plus 1 over 12 to the 1 to the 12. Can somebody work it out? 2.61. Good. Mr. Ye says, I want to be greedy. I want to charge you interest every second. Every second. Give me money. Give me money. Every second. Can you work out every second? N equal to what? How many seconds in a day? Good. How many days in a year? Yep. So be 1 to the 1 plus 1 over 365 days, 8,600 seconds. He's going to be rich, right? 1 times 365 times 864,100. Okay, somebody work out this number for me. Let's see how rich Mr. Ye is going to become. What is it? Can you give me like 4 decimal places? 2.7? 183? Okay, I wanted you to type in E. Wow, I made it to the last point. E, what is E? What is number E? Type in E in your calculator. E to the 1. E to the 1 power. Or type in E on the decimals. Just type in E equal to what? Huh? 2.71 what? 8? 3? Okay, this is Mr. Ye's bank. Weirdest number. 100% return. Every second. I'm charging interest every second. I'm like, give me money as much as you can. There you go. That's your weirdest number. It's still not good. Okay.
Mr. Ye, can
Yeah.
I please check my test score
Which test score?
for last week?
Last week? No, I don't have it graded yet.
Okay.
I'll grade it probably this afternoon though.
This happened.
Already? That was fancy.
What? Wait, what period is this? Third? What's the next period? And what's the last block?
And then we have fifth, it's the one at lunch, and then
Fifth.
1, 3, 7, and then 5 is just for lunch.
Oh, good. Oh my gosh, my third period kids. Oh my gosh,
Oh my
all
God.
he gonna talk about is LeBron James. I don't wanna hear your LeBron James season championship
It counts.
bullshit.
It counts. It counts like a win. Until Jordan gets one, I can't.
Come out in retirement, still win one. Have a 2 hour lecture. Lecture 2 hours. I love lecturing. It's so much fun. We talk about so many things. We talk about car loan, mortgage loan, student loan. We talk about half life, which is your interest amount decay. We talk about yeah, and yeah, you can actually feel it cooling down that. Yeah, so I talk about like
Sorry.
I was tested by the stroke. Radioactive dye. It's a chemical. It has a half-life of like.
Not as bad as I thought it.
Yeah, so it will die down. See blood flowing by your brain. Yeah, so I talk about how.
It's not known for you then.
Yeah, that's what I call academic. Now, student loan. Okay. When I looked over it again,
No, there's no way you can. No way. No. 26 athletes. No way. Yeah, 26.
ready for 2 hour lecturing?
Yeah.
Yes, you can pass that.
I was doing work. See my test my
Yeah, I'm gonna pass it back.
No, dude,
No worries.
I didn't notice it. I noticed it.
I didn't see you in the class.
1 minute remaining to kill.
No, I don't live in it. I knew it.
I literally gave him my she was like, she was like, oh, that's what I was doing.
Sean, still sore. Dude, I woke up. I looked. Dude, what, like you were in the class? Like, stat this. Like, yes. I put up a big performance on that test, right? Huh? I put up a big performance.
I need to be in that goat top. I need to be in that goat that's after that test.
Right? I wouldn't go. I am like my all-time
I'd
worst.
probably like,
It's like a discussion.
hold on now, I didn't do that.
Oh wait, it's in the next one. I like the hard one.
Long, no, yeah. If I don't know. Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's probably all. That's probably. I forgot all that. Oh, it's the.
Oh, it's the.
I didn't see the.
4 days.
I didn't go to it. I knew I was on the homework.
Well, not. Oh yeah, no. First period. Oh yeah.
No. When she asked me a question, I remember when she was like, oh. I was so surprised. That's I was kind of like thinking to myself before I went to too cool.
I'm just amazed that Ash Bear's clean haircut.
I did.
I haven't seen
That's a thing.
I know, yeah.
yeah. I haven't always there might have been pretty because I wanted to, I'm not sure.
I'm just in shock.
I'm almost there. I'm making progress.
Where's your barber? I'll get a haircut. Huh? Great cut?
It's like gambling.
Roll dice. You did roll a good one though. What?
I go like the quick barbers.
I don't think I
What'd you say?
Like the quick barbers.
Hope lovers?
I know the good right.
Oh no, there's a one right next to the Chinese Asian market, and it was lined outside all the time. It has like a 10 LED light outside. It was like so sparkling, you can see it from like a mile away. And you see like I just saw like one person like carrying a gun and just going like I was like whoa.
Anything with that good.
I guess he don't want to get robbed in the barber shop. He was like a gun like right here hanging outside. He was like,
It's for self-defense.
I was like, dude. Like, his hands like halfway saggy. Guns right there. I was like, dude.
You go to the Chinese market at Pine Hills?
Yeah.
Don't like the gate.
Huh?
Like the elaborate gate in the front.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, I think I've been there before. Well, like the statue of the old guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have like really
almost.
it's so
Yeah. You don't know when you're gonna get jumped. And actually, matter of fact, the people park there. There was a restaurant there. They opened like 2 o'clock at night. On the other side, it's New Sparkling Market, and that's where the barber.
Oh,
The barber shop. It was like 20 LED light. You cannot miss it. But there was like some rich guy parked over there one night. I mean, not parked there, just eating dinner. When he come back, they were like coming from like friends and they come in here to like vacation and buy all the expensive like, you know how they come here to buy like shopping. Louis Vuitton here is a lot cheaper than
Yeah.
in any other places, especially other.
He went there with the Louis.
Yeah, and, everything's stolen. I think he got stolen $50,000 cash and all the things. They just knock his window open, take everything out, and when they come back, it's all gone.
That's like crazy.
I only shop there with anytime else.
Any kind of 5 p.m. It's like so weird.
All right. Shh. We are gonna lecture for a long time today, and we're gonna knock out all the most important stuff. So hopefully you're not absent today. And I'm also gonna pass your test back. Josh. Mario. Oh, Mario got a haircut too. What's everybody's getting a haircut today? Mario, you got a haircut? Great clip too. Great clip. Great clip. He looked like go to the Spanish barber. Brady. Avery Miller. Grace. Tyler. Tyler. Sean. Chauvin.
No. No, you're not.
Chauvin. You're my favorite Korean right now. Tanner. Ryan. Jimmy. Nor. Ashbert. Isabel.
1 minus cosine x.
Ashbert, I changed your grade, but I didn't change. Probably didn't change the right grade. But let me know what you were. No, I have it. I thought I didn't have it. Jordan. Wesley. Omar. Anderson. Ali. Alice. Ria. 2 tests in a row. Dang. All right. Iris. Iris. All right. Did anybody redo the test?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give those people credits. But I need to check everything. I need to check if you did it right or wrong.
Why didn't you give me a club?
You still did it wrong though.
There's no way.
Can I give you credit? You still did it wrong.
What is it called?
Yeah, why you did it wrong?
What'd you get for syllabus?
Ah, can we end it?
But I got negative. So it was supposed to be negative.
Anybody else did it?
Negative. I put the negative. You should have half of it. No, no.
Why you still did it wrong?
I flipped that. Wait, what's wrong about it?
You gotta figure out how to.
Now it says you should flip it. I did. This and then I flipped it. And then so you're ending with there was 2 to negative. There was equal to. Oh yeah, you know why? Because I thought it was oh, it's negative 20 minus negative 2. 4. I started. What's 9?
I can put a 8 in. So besides Omar, Jamie, who else?
No, the integral. This is
Yeah, because we are asked.
so integral of tangent is negative squared.
So here, right? You calculate the area under the graph if it's above the x-axis. when it's below the x-axis, you calculate everything underneath.
Negative.
That makes so much.
No, definitely not. Oh, yeah, what?
Yeah.
Okay, the integral of that negative.
Relative to the
The
x-axis.
integral of tangent is secant.
I'll give it an answer.
Squared. Oh, no, no, sorry. Secant of cosine twice. No.
Okay, so what's
But
the
this is right. I'm gonna lie. I forgot to see. But it was also just a quick integral of I think. Yeah, because integral of cosecant is negative one. Integral of
So, I think to do, at no problem.
this one was a lot.
Yep. And if you.
Yeah, we did that.
That's probably back.
Oh, I got that.
Explicitly.
Let's see. Yeah.
I got notes already.
Yep. And so, but they also give you the tangent line, right? Y equals
Yeah,
y. That means, what is your f prime?
Was it equal to 4 exponential?
What is f prime of x purpose?
That's what that'd be, right? Yeah.
Yeah, what is the derivative?
I know.
Yes.
Oh, and your slope.
Yeah. You said it even before.
Oh,
Yeah, and then you plug in x plus 1.
where we get the 4 from?
From the slope right here, y equals 4x plus 1.
Oh, okay. Alright, so it's 4 is equal.
Oh, I know.
X 1 is equal to plus c.
Oh, okay.
That means you need f prime of x squared plus 1.
Oh, okay.
No, that's no. But it's annoying when that's not
F prime of x.
Yes, it is.
So now you need to find the back. You need to integrate that by
X cubed over 3.
x cubed over 3 plus 3x.
Number 2.
Hold on, right? Remember, think about it like a graph, right? So the tangent line hits the graph at only one point, right? That means that tangent line and that original function have the exact same x value and the exact same y value, but you know your x value, then you have an equation that gives you y. Yeah, basically the y equals 4x is the y value.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, since I already found an e, which was 3, if you plug in 3 to the 4
No. Plug in 1 to this equation, right? Because you need to find your y value, the normal y value. Not y value. Yeah, and you can plug 1 into that equation that gives you y. It's like the negative. That means you said negative 1. That's where you plug the y.
anybody redo the test? Anybody redo your test? You need to redo your test.
And then you write the function.
like that.
3 plus 3x minus 13. Yeah, well, like, there was a lot of plugs back in. I think that's where I messed up. 9 was like 2.
Oh.
Where do you go?
I got yeah.
So lots of people will Wesley, Jimmy, who else? Brady. But Brady, you need to fix everything. It's still wrong there. Wesley still need to fix a couple of things. Jimmy, Omar. So all you guys have is and Isabel and Iris, right? Who else? Avery did. But you need to fix it. Okay. So I need a test back. I want you to look at it. I'd rather you do the whole thing. So those people already done it. You're gonna get more credit, but tomorrow, if you do it tomorrow, I still gonna give you some credit, but not as much as today. So today, Wesley, he's got, I don't know, he's got 53. I'll give him 70 because he did a very good job. So, but tomorrow is not much credit, but give it back to me.
Everybody's people that are doing it.
If you need the points, then you need the points.
We don't see you tomorrow.
Well, then
Make
come
sure.
back up by. I need it back. And empty test is posted.
Student can't learn. Wow.
Look, I specially asked Simon to come take a test at my house. Just because I want to pass the test back so you can redo them and you can figure out what you did wrong. Simon's at my house for like a 1.5 hour. So you really need to get your stuff done. If I try to give you opportunity to fix your grade, and I also put a packet, winter break packet, Thanksgiving packet on it. Some people didn't do that one, and can I give you credit? But yeah, I'm trying to help you with grade, but you gotta be the one that's doing this. So I don't really care if you fail at something. I care about you. Do you try or not? So everybody give me a test back yet? No, you're gonna look at the blank test. You're gonna redo everything. Elise, can you do me a favor? Post your answer on the board. Don't post the one you got wrong.
I looked at this paper and there's 2 questions that I got the same answer, but I was marked the wrong one.
It must be you're black. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
It was 11B. And then
11B? Oh, yeah, you have right. And what else? 11B, what else?
and then E on 28.
You have 73.
Are you still mad?
What do you do?
We went paintballing. Started making marks at each other. Races remarks at each other.
Oh,
It was like 2 sides. It wasn't.
yeah. Yeah. All right. Don't post the one that you got wrong. Which one you got wrong? Half of 2? The answer is 2/3.
The last part.
Yeah. You have to find out f of 1. So that's 2/3. So at least got 97, which is highest score. And Abidash got 100 on the 4th period. A couple people, Sophia and Nathan, got 92 and 93. And Anderson did pretty good too, right? Anderson got 94?
Yeah.
Anderson got 94, yep. All right. And yeah, so those are people who have A's. But again, how do you go through without making careless mistake? Be very mindful of what you're doing. I'm going to say that over and over again. Is the future tests, especially SAT, is becoming adaptive. And since it becoming adaptive, you cannot be not mindful on the easy question. I'm just talking about easy question. Especially is first 27 question is your module 1. Your module 1, so there's 2 modules in math. You want to make as little mistake as possible, even on the simplest question. I say calculate the percentage of something, or find a ratio, find a probability. What's 2x plus 5 equal to 10? Solve for x. Those are questions you need to double check. Make sure you got the right answer before you move on to the next question, because that's going to determine what kind of module 2 you're going to have. Then that also determine your upper score is going to be. Because you rather be able to have a chance to guess on those hard questions rather than have no chance. So make sure all the easy question is something that you know how to do. Make sure you know how to do it correctly. If you know how to do something, make sure you do it done it correctly. So be mindful on what you're doing. A lot of calculation, like Wesley, I see him in tutoring. I see him work really hard. And I see him doing all that thing. But the problem is can you focus on the test? Be very mindful of what exactly doing, because he obviously can do it, not in the test situation. In the test situation, can you be calm, be ice cold, just, like making a shot when the shot counts, right? So you gotta be able to do that. Some people develop to be doing that. I think Ria's been doing pretty good. She's got A on the last 2 tests. I also forgot to mention you, but you also have an A. So she's been able to do that. Last year, same student, Rogov, coming to me, Marcos coming to me. It's like, I always make fun of him. I was like, you're just always going to get C in my test. Always C. Especially Marcos. He always scores 70. Exactly on the dot. 71, 72, 73, 71, 72, 73. I say he's just not ice cold. You had to be down to the business when you're doing something. And you had to be very calm when you're doing those. Take your time step by step. Because when you make a mistake, you go back, you waste more time. So is to win time is actually takes time to not make mistake. That's how you win time. Because when you don't do that, you make mistake, you gotta go back, you erase, and you cannot understand because you cannot write over erase mark. I don't know if something happened to you. I know Xiang first question is like you see his erase mark, and after that you cannot see what is going on the writing, and he kind of just like let it go. But that's the thing that you have a chance to get it. Thank you so much. So the answer is over there. I posted the answer so that way you can go back to figure out why the answer is that way. Not just saying, hey, I'm just gonna do it and I'm gonna get whatever. Like Omar did it. He did it. He did the homework. But did he do it right? No. How do you be mindful doing it right? Make sure that you're at home, you have unlimited time. Go back, go figure out. Graph on the decimal, see if the answer is right. Things of that nature. Those are the things that can help you to become better students. I know a lot of you guys are not like the person who is math very strong, and that's okay. But I have a student in one period, I know for fact that she scored SAT score 480. 480 on the SAT score. This kid put so much effort on things. I'm so admire of her work. She got a 60 on this test. Now think about it. What is your SAT score? And you didn't have a 60. That just to tell you how much lack of effort or try to be precise and stuff like that. You probably score way over. Some of you guys probably score 750, 720, 700, and you score less than 60 on the test. That means you live under your potential. And that's why I'm getting pissed off. So don't be under your potential. If you score 500 on SAT score, you score 60, understandable. Actually, that's over their threshold. Now, if you score 700 and you still have 30, that's bad. That's really bad. So be proportional. If you score 700, 750, guess what? You got to score 70, 80, 90. You should score 90 on your test, honestly. And that's a potential. It's supposed to be proportional. Not supposed to be under living your capability. So with that being said, we're gonna lecture all 2 hours. Have fun. Me love lecturing. Omar, I'll change your grade. Sorry. No, not Omar, Xiang. I said 73, right? Okay. All right, U substitution. We're gonna do U substitution, approximation. We're gonna finish all this things today. So, how do I integrate x squared plus 1 to the 10 2x dx? Now, obviously, algebra doesn't work here because you're not going to expand something to the 10th power. And you say, well, it's got to be a way around it. There got to be a way around it. So, there was no power. There was the only thing that we know is power rule and some trig integrations. So there's got to be a things that you got to be able to take an integral of this. So what happened here, I want you to understand, is notation-wise. So before we start this question, notation-wise, if I ever integrate f of g of x, g prime of x dx, that's always equal to f of g of x plus c. So this is the composite. This is the word origin of U substitution come from. So anytime you have this exists, this is the outside function. This is the inside function. This is a derivative of inside function. Then guess what? It's going to be capital F of inside function plus c. Now, this might not make sense to you. So I'm going to show you if integration of x squared plus 1 to the 10th power to the 2x dx. What we're going to use is a power of U substitution. Now you should know that integration is only power rule. There's no quotient rule. There is no product rule. There's no chain rule. But something that's really similar to chain rule is going to be U substitution. The rule of thumb is U is equal to, assume U equal to, usually inside a parenthesis. And you gotta say there was 2 parentheses here. There was a x squared plus 1 and it was 2x. The more complex one. So x squared plus 1. Any questions here? Something very simple. Also, you also see that, see this is the derivative of the inside functions, right? So this is the inside function x squared plus 1 derivative, which is 1 degree less. Do you see that 1 degree less? So this is 1 degree less. Usually it will work with 1 degree less. It's 2 degree doesn't work. So let's get to BC calculus. So a lot of time we get a constant and we got inside. 1 plus x squared. It's 2-degree difference. Then that's not going to work. What we're going to do is we're going to take a derivative. But when you take a derivative, we're just going to do something called differential. That just du, derivative u is going to be du. Derivative x squared is going to be what? 2x, but don't forget dx. And that is very important. Because the best thing is to solve dx. So du over 2x equal to dx. Now, usually teacher don't do that. I do that, so I want to see people canceling. But you already see this part is 2x dx, right? But usually I just solve for dx, that way I can show people what happened. First of all, x squared plus 1, that's going to be u to the 10. And this 2x, and this is going to be du over 2x. The nice thing is that 2x is going to cancel out, and just integration to u to the 10. Now, do you see that u to the 10, but it's du? If dx doesn't work, you cannot take integrate with respect to x if you have u to the 10. You convert the dx to du. So now it's u to the 10 du. We basically just change a variable. Then if u to the 10 is going to be u to the 11 over 11 plus c. And then that's going to be x squared plus 1 to the 11 over 11 plus c. Imagine I would take derivative of this function. So let's say if I take a derivative, what would it be? 11 times x squared plus 1 to the 10th, right? Over 11 times 2x. Guess what? 11 and 11 cancel out. Go back to before. If I take a derivative of that function, it should go back to before, which it did. That means I did it right. Now, do you have to double check your answer? No, you don't. I'm going to ask you to do one. I'm going to, sorry, dx. I'm going to ask you to do this one. Now remember, if you have a constant inside an integral, you can take it out. You might get a constant that you can take it outside the integral. You should be able to cancel out something and replace it. Should I help you? You got it, Rio?
Maybe.
All right. Is everybody done or no? U is equal to what? 2x squared minus 3. What is du? 4x dx, right? Solve for dx. Always solve for dx. Du over 4x equal to dx. So that's going to be x. U to the 4th. Dx going to replace with du over 4x. Do you see this x cancel out? And do you see that u to the 4th over 4 du? Do you see that? Can you take out 1/4 out? And that's u5 over 5. 5 times 4 is 20 plus c. So that's going to be 2x squared minus 3 to the 4th 20 plus c. That's why I say you always replace that dx is equal to du over 4x. I mean, I just evaluate dx. So now I can see the x canceling.
Maybe should I hit the power?
Oh yeah, fifth power. You're right, it's fifth power. Does that make sense? Do you see that 1 degree difference? And that 1 degree difference will cause you to cancel out once you evaluate for dx. The x will cancel out.
If you forget to, if you put the u instead of putting 2x squared minus 3, would it be counted?
What?
Like, if I put in my final, that you just put over 20 plus c.
Oh yeah, that's not correct because you didn't. You need to evaluate back to x at the end. Now we're gonna talk about that in a second because when you do definite integral, it's slightly different. So yeah. Now this one is actually interesting. A lot of people get lost with this one. Do you see 1 degree difference? Yes or no? Actually, the answer is yes. First degree, what's due to the first degree? It's gonna be 0 degree, which is a constant. And you're gonna say there's no constant out there. Well, there's constant. The constant is 1. So it is perfect. Because there is no way for me to do power rule here. I can do u equal to what?
That's nice one.
Yeah. Giovanna, come back to me. Thank you. Now try it. Try to evaluate dx. Try to see if you can finish this question. There's 1 degree difference. It's a constant. Constant's nice because it goes away. u equal to 2x minus 1 is inside a parenthesis. Can you tell me what du is? 2 dx. Again, I always evaluate dx. That will be du over 2, right? So that'd be u to the 1/2 du over 2. Can I take a constant outside? Yes, of course. Can I take an integral? U to the 3 over 2, 2 over 3, times 1/2, 2 cancel out, plus c, 1/3 of 2x minus 1 to the 3 over 2 plus c. And that's it. It's always recognize the pattern. Does that make sense or no? Is that hard? Giovanna, flip your desk the other way. So that way you don't have to turn around. Because it stressed me out when you had to turn all the way around and copy back. No, just flip your desk to the other way. Turn your desk. Huh?
This is more.
Are you sure? It's really uncomfortable. I have to see you like look it back and copy back, look it back and copy back.
What were you talking? What are you talking about? What cancels out? Like what becomes? Like what are you talking about constant?
There was nothing cancel out because it just 1/2 constant. Because usually like those outside, right? Those inside here is 1 degree less, which is like here is a number, right? So that's why it doesn't matter because there's nothing cancel out here because it's just du over 2. So you can take out 1/2 because usually in the previous case the x cancel out or the 2x cancel out, right? So this time it's nothing to cancel out because the outside is a constant. So there's nothing cancel out. So I'll let you try one. This one for you to try. It's all pattern recognitions. If you recognize pattern, it's good. Got it? I'll wait for you. Grace, you got it? Omar?
Yeah, solve my theory.
Tanner? No? Young?
Cube.
Yeah, that's x cubed. It has to be a 1 degree difference, right?
Never mind, never mind. I thought I thought it was. Did you do the 8x squared?
Inside of frequency. du is 3x squared. 3x over dx, yes. Yeah, oh yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, that part doesn't matter. Giovanna, you finished? What did you set u as? Huh?
What I said.
Uh-huh.
X cubed plus 5.
Good. All right. So Giovanna says that u equal to x cubed plus 1. That's a good start. What is the du here? 3x squared dx. Good. I always evaluate dx. There's a reason. Dx is equal to du over 3x squared. So now just rearrange everything. So ax squared, I'm not changing anything. This one's u to the half power. Is that okay? And this is du over 3x squared. What do you see? Anything can cancel here? This 2 can cancel, and then it becomes 8 over 3 u to the 1/2 du. Take out 8 over 3 outside. U to the 1/2 du. U to the 3 over 2. 8 over 3 and 2 over 3, right? So it'll be 16 over 9 times x cubed plus 1 to the 3 over 2 plus c. Is that okay? All right. Now, as far as trade goes, this one still need u substitution. So what do you want to set u as? It's really appear in front of you. Do you see those degree difference? Do you see that canceling happen? What is u? Can you set u as? Yeah, that's 5. What you can set u as? What can you set u as? Grace, what do you think u is equal to? You have a lot of options. You can have u equal to 5x, u equal to cosine 5x, u equal to 5, u equal to 5 cosine of 5x. You got a lot of options there. What's u is going to be? Pi x is a great choice because u equal to 5x, du equal to 5 dx. And if you see that, like playing chess, you think 2 steps ahead. So cosine of u, this is 5, this is du over 5. This 5 cancel out. Integration of cosine u du. Hey, that's nice. Because you only always think about what is du. Not just you think about u substitution, When u equal to something, I'm gonna say that again. When u equal to something, do it in your head. What will be du? Is that du is gonna help you? That is a question you should always ask yourself. So that the du here is 5 dx. And if I see that 5 and 5 could cancel, make my life easier. So what will be sine of 5x plus c? Because derivative sine is cosine. Derivative cosine is, yeah, but this is integration to cosine. So that means which one derivative is going to give you cosine. So it has to be positive sine, not negative sine. Is that okay? I'm gonna give you a couple questions and let you do it, and you guys gonna check each other what the answer is. But I'm gonna give you a hard question in a second, but not right now. So I'm gonna give you all easy question right now. I'm gonna give you 5 different questions. 3x minus 1 to the 4 dx. B. Integration of 2x plus 1 to the x squared plus x to the 2. C. Integration of 3x squared x cubed minus 2 dx. D. This one's kind of hard, but it's okay. Last one. Last one's kind of hard. So it increases the level of difficulty each time. What?
We have a test at work, right?
Yeah.
Just one?
You want 2? I can give it 2.
No, I don't.
Giovanna want a 10. Let's put everyday test. Come on, that's go. Or turn your body sideways so that way you don't have. Oh, zoom out. Okay, let's start with first 3. Check each other. Next 2, I think is a little bit more challenging. Yeah, first 3 is pretty easy. They're straightforward. Once you get down 1, check with each other what I get. Get instant feedback of, if you know what you're doing.
No, yeah, I know you can do 5x.
X squared plus x in the back. Sorry. Is that better? So get done 2 and then get done the next one. Do well. X cube. This is the x squared. This is the x cube. Inside the x cube.
Inside it was like 1 right, outside, the outside is very. Well, you really need to know.
Yeah, inside the radical x cube.
Yeah.
Make it bigger. D is a little bit interesting, but it's okay. It's everybody finish with A. Okay. Omar, you finish with A.
Okay.
U is equal to what, Omar?
3x minus 1.
Good. What is du? 3 dx. Good. And what is dx? Good. So that'll be integration u to the 4, right? 3 is there. Du over 3. So 3 cancel out. You do that? And the integration u to the 4 is be u to the 5 over 5 plus c. So it'll be 3x minus 1 to the 5 over 5 plus c. You get that?
So the du just goes away on the new
Yep.
place.
Du it goes away after the integral. Okay, so does everybody got A? Grace, you got A? Avery? Isabel? Giovanni got A? So I'm moving on from A. I'm gonna go to B, so that way I can score it down. E, yeah. E is a little bit interesting. You have to decide. But for pattern recognition, good people who get pattern recognition, it's pretty easy. You have to figure out. You have to think about what du is. So you'll have to decide. You have to be the one that decide u is equal to. There was a lot of choices there. There are 1 choice, there are 2 choices, 3 choices, there are 4 choices. So you got, oh, this, hold on, this is dx, this is not du. Yeah, there's only 1 choice, that's right.
No, I know how to do it.
4x is on top, negative 4x is on top.
Is there any rule always negative?
You have u equal to something, and you have to take du and something dx.
So far,
Any time you can it be
The way I kind of told students inside the parenthesis. Now, if you see that, for example, C, the parenthesis is located at a radical, right? So, and it's not always second term. I can change that, but you got to think about what is the du is. So, for example, for C, if u equal to outside, if I take a derivative, that's gonna be going down 1 degree. It's nothing can cancel because that'd be 3x squared, be 6x. There's nothing I can cancel there. You want to have du equal to something that you can cause canceling happen.
They're both two. What's your gay? Are they both twos? From the three?
1 minus 2x squared to the second power. Okay, so now you have an option to be inside a parenthesis, right? If I have u is equal to 2x plus 1, what is du? 2 dx. But the problem is, if you do that, you have nothing you can cancel, right? Does that make sense? Giovanna, what is u for you in this case? Uh-huh. Why is that? Like, you guys understand why. Don't just do it, but why? What's derivative of x squared plus x? And you see that 2x plus 1 there, and you can cancel. So that's the idea. So you want to cause that canceling happen, right? You want to cause that canceling happen, right? So u equal to x squared plus x, because du is perfect. It's within the questions. They are beautiful. They are sitting right there waiting for you to cancel them. Then that's going to be u squared, 2x plus 1, and dx is equal to du over 2x plus 1. And this will cancel nicely, which is u to the 3 over 3 plus c, which is x squared plus x to the third power over 3 plus c. Omar, did you get it right? You cannot just set u equal. You want to think about what is the u. You cannot just say u equal to first parenthesis. No. You want to think about what happened if you set u equal to and what is anticipate. So when you move the pawn up, are you expecting to block the bishop? You have to expecting that. Okay, if you guys playing chess, you guys know what I'm talking about. He's better in calculus.
Okay.
Anderson, you gotta stand up for yourself.
No, you're not. Or it's gotta be like 50 and 50, maybe 50 and 1.
Yeah.
No one.
Okay, Omar, think about what u has to be. And you gotta think about what du is before you set u. Okay, so what will be the u here? No, because the derivative of du that require chain rule.
Oh, when you go to find your so 3x squared would be here.
No, what is u equal to?
3x.
Okay, think about what's du.
6x.
Because anything can cancel. No. So think about what u equal to.
The root x cubed minus 2.
No,
But those are
because if you set du, that's gonna be chain rule. It's gonna be 1/2 x cubed minus 2 to the negative 1/2 times 3x squared. That's even worse. Now, what's one other option?
they said those options.
No, there's another option.
3x squared.
No, that's the first option. Second option is what? No.
Yeah.
What is the third option? No.
X cubed minus 2.
Why?
Like when you do it, you wouldn't have to pay.
What is du? If you have x cubed plus 2, what is du?
I mean, 3x squared.
Does that look familiar?
Yeah, it's 3x squared.
Can you go do it? Do you see what your thought process is going to be? You want to think about you. So you cannot just think about your move. You have to think of opponent's move as well. Right? You cannot just think about your move. Yeah, you can think about your move. That's how shitty chess player, like, I don't know. Like Anderson. You have to think about your and anticipate what other people's gonna move. You can, so you have to anticipate what is the U is. Giovanna, what are you doing?
130 so much of you.
Texting who?
Parents.
Oh. Every time you think about you're making a move, you have to anticipate what the opponent's gonna move, which is you want to think about what a u equal to, then you want to think about du. Is that cause any cancellation happening? Those are the things that you should think about. Okay? I'm waiting for Omar to finish C. Anybody that's not finished C yet? Raise your hand if you're not finished.
Probably when it just looks like that.
You get 25 goes through
Yeah. I guess it's just.
U equals to x squared cancel out. They don't cancel out. The u is there, so the u to the 1 half the u. Yeah, so the 3x squared cancel out. You get 1 half the u right here, the u. Okay, now 1 half 3 over 2.
So you can cancel out the 5.
Yeah, that's perfect.
One over 2.
Okay, think about what u is, you go to the next one. Okay, so I'm gonna go to C. U equal to x cubed minus 2 because I anticipate what is the u. Isabel, did you guys see? I anticipate what is 3x squared dx. I anticipate that because 3x squared is in front in the question. So if I just write out the questions, and this is u to the 1 half, this is dx is equal to 3 du over 3x squared. So it'll be du over 3x squared. Cancel. U to the 1 half du. That's u to the 3 half over 2 over 3 plus c. So it'll be 2 over 3. U is going to be x cubed minus 2 to the 3 over 2 plus c. Hopefully you have it right. Isabel, do you have it right? Okay, so the next one. The next one's going to get slightly more interesting because now I got a rational. I can u equal to 4x. I can u equal to 1 minus 2x squared. I can have u equal to 1 minus 2x squared squared. But think about what u equal to and think about what is du. Isabel, did you get this one? You did? What is u equal to?
Sure, for the last one, if I left out the du, then I definitely would have answered.
No, you left out. No, this is gonna be.
You want to find u.
Square root u du. And when you integrate that, that's going to be u to the 1 half. So that's u to the 3 over 2, 2 over 3. And you sub back.
You just stays there.
You're just like really.
No, du doesn't have an end.
I really see.
Oh,
If you integrate this, that's going to go away.
oh, okay. When you
So would
When you integrate du and like dx and dx, that's going to go away.
Have like 70%. Yeah. If e negative cosine of the 4x.
I don't know. I didn't do it yet. I'm not there yet. Did you get this one? E.
Yeah, but you got negative cosine of x to the power of 2 over 4.
Yeah, why don't you- I was gonna tell him. I was gonna.
Giovanna.
Yeah.
Focusing.
I'm waiting for her to catch up so she can help me. I'm just like, well, it's because she was eating them. For which one, B?
Grapes.
Yeah.
That sure looks pretty good.
Where was I? This is,
No, there's gotta be faster than 3 degrees. If you decide to look at it and realize, imagine if you did he say which one is higher? No, it's which one is. They'll cancel out later.
you.
I can see this look at it.
My integral
Just
work.
look at it and see which
All right,
Yes.
Omar. What is u equal to?
Oh, that's 4. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay, that would be minus 2x squared.
Why?
Because when you find your d, but your dx you can cancel out with the 4 and stuff.
Right. What's du in this case?
Be -4x.
Don't forget dx. Now I'm gonna evaluate dx. What is dx?
U over
So if you see that right out, right? So that's gonna be negative 4x over u squared, right? And this du over negative 4x. Wow. And that's gonna be u to the negative 2 du. Giovanna, did you get that? You did?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the integration of u to the negative 2?
I said 1 over u.
Well, almost. It's u to the negative 1 negative. So there's a negative sign in the front. Plus c. So it'll be negative 1 over 1 minus 2x squared plus c. Does that make sense? Now everybody is debating on the e. Remember, you're playing chess. If you're playing chess, you're not just worry about your move. You worry about a move that they will make after that. That's how you become a better. So if you add, I say, if you have a elo at 500, which is everybody start at a 4 or 500. My son is at 200. Now he's 900. Huh? No, sometimes they beat me. I'm 1,000, but sometimes they beat me. So between 200 and 400, you just don't blunder pieces. You don't have to anticipate other people's move. You don't have to anticipate anything. You just make sure you don't walk to the queen in front of the pawn or next to the pawn or diagonal to the pawn. They're gonna eat you. Don't do that. That's called Botet's Kempit. You guys know. Okay, that's called Botet's Gambit. You don't want to gambit your queen. That's only Hikaru can do that. And you're not Hikaru. 20 lifetime later. for me, like, if I had to train for like 24 hour a day, but the guy that we play 24 hour a day, he's streaming every single moment. Yes.
So the derivative sign is not going to give you
No.
so the one
Derivative sign is not gonna give you cosine.
yeah, so what's this whole like the derivative of the
No, you are not doing the first or second part. I'm just talking about. All right, let me talk, please. We are asking a question. The question was derivative of sine is not cosine square, and what Josh says is that u always a second term. No, u is you have to think about u is equal to something where the du is going to cause you cancel. If u equal to, there's three options. There's actually a few more options. You have u equal to sine of x, or u equal to cosine square of x, or u equal to cosine of x, or u equal to cosine square sine of x. So you've got four options. What is the best option to cause you cancel? So let's just assume if I do u equal to sine of x, du is a cosine of x, but it's not going to cancel with cosine square, right? So that is not an option. U is not equal to sine of x. Now, what if u is equal to cosine square of x? What is du? That's chain rule. That's nasty. It'll be 2 cosine of x times negative sine of x. Not only in not canceling, it's going to create more terms. So what's the next option? Well, you can set u equal to the whole thing, but that's not the point, because u equal to the whole thing, you're going to get a product rule. Cosine square of x times sine of x. That's going to be product rule. That's even more worse. What's the last option? U equal to what? Cosine of x. That's it. Now cosine squared. Why? Why do cosine of x? Because you anticipate if u equal to cosine of x, this becomes u squared. What is the du? Which is same as this. Oh shit. So that's u squared. This one is going to be du over negative sine of x dx. So it'll be, you're going to write out sine of x, and you're going to write down du over negative sine of x. This two will cancel nicely just to give you a negative sign. Do you see that? And that's u3 over 3. Negative will be negative cosine of x to the third. 3 plus c. Boom. Fairly easy. Anticipate. Don't just move blindly. Anybody can make a move, but only one person can make a right move. You gotta be that one person make a right move. I'll give you again. Hold on. What is u equal to here? What is u? Don't shout it. You work it out. Work it out. Think about u equal to something. You can help you solve the problem. Don't forget chain rule. Because when you take a derivative, there's a chain rule. When you take a derivative, there's a chain rule. So do not make mistake. You make a move, you are anticipate your opponent's move. Opponent's move is du. It's anything can cancel. Are you gonna lose your queen when you make that move? No. Are you gonna lose your any pieces when you make that move? You have to anticipate what they can do. Anticipation. Recognize what u equal to. Don't forget chain rule. I'm gonna say it again. Don't forget chain rule. Wesley, you got it? anticipate. U equal to something. What is du? Is there anything I can cancel? Those are things. Don't forget chain rule. Funny thing, in BC calculus, we're doing the same thing. It's that BC calculus is more disgusting. It looks like this, in case you're wondering. It looks like that. Jared, you know how to do that, right? That's your question. Because you're being bored. You're taking a nap. You're doing other people's homework. Huh? Do we have class tomorrow, right? Garrett? Is it Wednesday? Our class is Wednesday or tomorrow? Huh? Today? So it's 137? That's so weird. What? Veda, Yulia. Veda and Yulia. Only two. Yeah. It was. I'm trying to convince Tunisia to stay, but Tunisia didn't. Tunisia left me. She dumped me. I was so sad. My only ethnic girl.
This guy gives so much fun as diversity.
No, right? I try to maintain diversity, but she don't want to. She want to be.
That's hard to picture here.
Yeah, she didn't want to contribute to the. Black woman mathematicians.
Bring her diversity.
Oh, is that a cosine? Yes.
Yeah, cosine cube.
Oh, I thought it was a log.
No, the home.
Oh.
Or natural integration by parts.
Oh, so it's just a bunch of like.
You had to anticipate what u equal to, huh? I let this look like log. My cosine look like a log. Because that's a chain rule.
Make two of those.
Wait. What's your u? What's your u, Ria? Cosine 3x?
Oh.
You got one sine of 3x left. If you cancel them. Wait, hold on a second. No. Chauvin, you got it? Or put your phone away?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's talk about options. I got u equal to, hey, guys, do this in your head, but I'm writing it down for you. U equal to sine square of 3x. U equal to cosine 3x. U equal to sine of 3x. There's three options here. Du, more disgusting. 2 sine of 3x cosine of 3x and dx and 3, sorry. So that is 6. Something like that. It yeah, it's just more ugly. More ugly. Because do you have sine of 3x, cosine of 3x? Yes. But you got u. Technically, can I do that? U equal to, no. No, you got one extra term. If you write it out, right here, it's gonna be integration of u squared, right? You already changed that. No, u, sorry. U. And this one is gonna be dx over 2 sine of 3x cosine 3x. There's nothing can cancel. Not only that, you got 2 extra term on the bottom. Bad choice. Bad choice. No. Okay? Let's say u equal to cosine 3x. Oh, that's du equal to negative sine of 3x dx times 3. Okay. If I were to integrate, that is going to be sine square of 3x. This one's u. And this one's du over negative 3 sine 3x. Now, if you recognize, I can only cancel one of them. I still have x and du. Not a good choice. Do you see that? You anticipate what happened. Look, du, simple. Cosine 3x times 3 dx. Guess what? This already in the question. All you gotta do is u square cosine of 3x, and the dx is equal to du over 3 cosine of 3x. Nicely cancel out. 1, 3 integration u squared du, u to the 3 over 9 plus c. Well, that's u is equal to sine of 3x cube 9 plus c. Done. How many of you guys got this? Very good. Good job. You anticipate the next move. Now, I'm going to give you a challenge. See if you guys can anticipate this one. This one's very difficult. Huh? Actually, this one's too hard. Hold on a second. Yeah, well, yeah, du. Whatever. Whatever. Now, do you see why this one's difficult? But you gotta think outside the box here. So let's think outside the box. Let's think outside the box. See how many different dimensions you can think. Let's think outside the box. The idea is make sure everything in terms of u. That's the idea. Make sure everything in terms of u, then you can integrate. If you have some x in there, you cannot integrate. So, I don't know. That's going to be a hardest test questions here. Can you anticipate? Not only anticipate, can you convert everything in terms of u? Now this one, nothing cancel. But you can do something that is mathematically okay. But I want you to try it first. I want you to fail a couple times.
Can you go back to the last one?
Can I go back to the last one? Sure.
Would you be able to explain what the last place and what the next is?
What?
you explain why the last question didn't end with a negative?
It's supposed to end with negative? No. Why'd you get negative? Derivative of sine of 3x is equal to 3 cosine of 3x. There's no negative at all. Nope.
Where are you streaming right now?
Basically, we're not looking for cancel.
Tomorrow.
Cancel.
Okay. X root 2x minus 1. This one's difficult because what would you do u equal to? 2x minus 1. Good choice. Excellent choice, Giovanna. Du equal to 2 dx. And that's great. But then when you do it, it's going to be square root u. Do you see that? And this one's going to be du over 2 equal to dx, right? So this one's du over 2. But the problem is this x. I cannot integrate, I have x in there. Wesley, I will lock your phone for like 24 hours, so you won't be able to touch it. I'll enter the password 10 times. Now, what do you see? It's like I'm asking, like, remember that children book? Brown bear, what do you see? I see a white dog looking at me. White dog, what do you see? I see a blue horse looking at me. What do I do with the x? At least no. Do I? No?
Well, 2x minus 1. Like, it would be the same without the minus 1.
Remember, you have to convert everything in terms of u.
Because we could move that one around to equal x.
Which one?
I mean, you can like rearrange u equals to x minus. That's why I have one.
No. So Anderson's right. This is called a backsub. I call it backsub. Anytime you have 1 degree equal, do you see that it's equal to degree? Nothing cancel, right? Then I require backsub. Even outside higher degree, you can use a backsub. What is backsub? Can I evaluate for x? So imagine u equal to 2x minus 1, u plus 1 equal to 2x, and the u plus 1 over 2 equal to x. Got it? Got it? So can I do square root u, and then I'm going to put a 1/2 outside and then du. And then I'll just replace that with u plus 1 over 2.
Actually,
Nope.
you're not.
Pay attention. Because most of you guys playing with your phone. Can you do 1/2? Can I distribute this? Well, can I take a 1/4 out? Can I take a 1/4 out and just be more easier to look at? So be square root u times u plus 1 du, right? And that's gonna be u to the 3/2 plus u to the 1/2 du. Can I do u to the 5 over 2? 2 over 5? Plus u to the 3 over 2, 2 over 3? 1/4 plus c. So that'd be 1 over 10. U to that So this will be the hardest one for you on your test. It's called backsub. You have a same degree, you can backsub. Sure.
So if you got when you just get more, but then the integration of x squared u, but then in here you can rearrange it to get to make it equal to x, and then you plug this stuff back. So but then you can manipulate that to give you x, and you can plug that x into that. So then you get 4u plus 1.
So you won't even find the u.
Yeah.
You just convert everything in terms of u, then you win. So that's called backsub. A backsub is sometimes you have same degree. Outside degree is higher. You can also use a backsub. It's just more gross.
The du is supposed to be over. Yeah.
Huh? The purple part is fine. It's just you need to require backsub. And you are playing with your phone, so you don't know what's going on. You can go from 88 down to a 53 again. You had to stay locked in. Here, you got it? You got the last integral? Huh? Sine to the third, sine to the fifth x times cosine to the third.
Sine u, cosine to the du, and then when it's u to the fifth, cosine squared. You trigger underneath to make it u to the fifth, 1 minus squared, and then 1 minus u squared, square u to the fifth.
Good. Good. Jerry will be a good chess player. Are you good at chess?
I'm okay. I was better in middle school, but then I stopped playing. Matthew's really good, right?
Who?
Matthew, Sheldon?
Matthew is 1300.
Pretty good.
Daniel is even higher. Daniel is 1900. Well, I think he's get back down. Now he haven't played for long time. I think now he's 1600. But his eye is like 1850. Pro 3000. That's a FIDA rating. FIDA rating above. You have a grandmaster. You can have grandmaster at 2400. But I don't know, like you had to pass certain tournament in order to get grandmaster. But for chess.com, the rating is not relevant. Usually, you can have some people like regular people is 3000 level or 2900. It's not. Sometimes they don't have to be a grandmaster. Oh yeah, 2/3 supposed to be distributed. So this one, okay, sorry, my fault. This one's 1/6. By the way, I make a mistake right here. That's supposed to be 1/6. Ria, that's supposed to be 1/6 over there because I forgot to distribute that part. You're supposed to distribute 1/4 to the 2/3.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just give you one that is easier for you to understand. So what be in the equation of x? So I want you to see if you can do this. What?
2 hours ago, because
It's lovely.
not really.
Your attention span just too short.
That's for everything else, right? Come on.
You gotta be able to focus.
All the time.
What? You guys are TikTok brain. You can only digest 30-second clips.
Impaired brain.
No, TikTok brain.
I watched those 3-minute long TikToks. Oh yeah. Baking TikToks, lovely last a little while. Tutorials. 2x eat them.
I'm not sure if it's actually.
I called it. You guys are TikTok generation.
So basically, imagine the next one. That's even worse.
No, my son's actually pretty good.
Well, it's your son. It's because you're the son.
No, they're dumb. No, actually, my older one's dumb.
God. Everyone's gonna go to school with like iPad instead of a notebook. Yeah. That's Mr. Beast.
They are not into TikTok. They watch like, I don't know.
YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Wait, YouTube Shorts not worse than TikTok.
It's like it's old humor. Anyone who's watched YouTube Shorts, they're so behind. They're like 6 months behind the modern like, humor.
Yeah.
Mr. Ye.
I'm a boomer, so I'll go back 60 years.
No way you're not a boomer. You're a Gen X.
I don't watch that.
There's no way you're a boomer. You're a Gen X.
What am I? Oh,
Gen
Gen X?
My parents. You're that's even worse.
I'm not millennial. Millennial is after Gen X.
You're Gen X.
You post the whole
No,
Twitter.
millennials.
I just tried out.
Today, it'll be due like the day after.
So same.
So this one requires backstop as well, because the outside degree is higher. If the outside is same or higher degree that require backstop. Let's see. I'm really thinking I want to lock that phone. It'll be the first phone I lock.
No, but the outside doesn't have to drive it.
Huh?
Like the outside does not have to be.
No, I mean this is where it doesn't cancel, because if you do u equal to inside, right? Let's say u equal to inside. It seems like you can cancel, but it doesn't because the x minus 1 is inside the radical, so that's not practical, right? Because you cannot cancel outside with inside the radical. That doesn't make sense. Even there's a 1 degree difference. So u has to be inside regardless.
No, the hard thing about this one is the weight. It doesn't look light. Is it not customary that you would Mr. Ye, it's like not customary that you use the highest power, like what's the square?
No, but if you use highest power, assume that if you do this, right? Yeah, assume that you did this. Can this 2x cancel with this x inside? That you're gonna get du over 2x equal to dx.
Oh, so
Now,
you want to do x minus 1.
Yeah, you want to do x minus 1 because you cannot do it that way because nothing will be canceling.
Okay. Yeah.
Even though it's 1 degree difference, but the problem is the 1 degree difference is the wrong perspective. Because inside the radical, nothing can cancel.
Yeah, you.
We come here on this one half, right?
Yeah,
we
wait,
have
wait,
like
wait,
30 minutes.
X equals.
And then we have
I think it's negative 1.
No,
Oh,
no.
and then do you wait, don't we have a test?
Oh, it's u1 over 2.
Yeah. It's x squared.
They have 2 hours. Where?
So what do you get?
Even Mr. Graham was not.
Plus 1 squared.
Yeah, no way. Where are you in the ground? They were doing Grapes of Wrath.
It's gonna be 3-term rather than 2-term.
Yeah, but like they were saying.
Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah.
What's the folded version?
Yeah, Giovanna, we got a question for you.
U to the 1/2. And then you distribute. You know,
TikTok brain, TikTok brain.
no,
I would think that took like an hour.
Huh?
Yeah. Here, an hour and a half. And that's to flip away,
plus
away after.
U to the 1/2. Then you integrate that.
Don't forget,
7. Oh, yeah, D. So that's 2/7.
You know what's funny is my son usually like very fuzzy when he like was a baby. Like fuzzy. He just crying all the time. Like when he was like 6 months old, 8 months old. And so
4/3.
so at that time I already make a YouTube video. And my wife's like, hey, why don't you play one of your YouTube video and hold him? And I was like, okay. And then he's like, I hold him and YouTube video go on for like 1.5 minutes. He falls asleep. So he's like, so my wife's like, why don't you rename your YouTube videos like put baby to sleep? Then you'll get like mint view. Because all the mom are gonna be holding the baby, listen to you. Yeah.
Whatever he was about. No. You use
classes. It's like a master class, 30 minutes, $30 a month. Let me teach you how to do the baby.
Yeah.
Take my calculus class. My teacher baby. Or just
I don't want to back up the city.
U equal to what? Shh. X minus 1, good. Du is perfect, dx, oh nice. That's gonna be u to the 1/2 power du already. The only thing is the x squared. So can I change this backs up? So it'll be u plus 1 equal to x. So it'll be u plus 1 squared u to the 1/2 du. Oh, stop whining. That's just u plus 1 squared. That's just u squared plus 2u plus 1 times u to the 1/2 du. And just distribute this. Why you guys want so much? So integrate of this, it's gonna be u to the 7/2, 2/7, plus u to the 5/2, 2/5 times 2, plus u to the 3/2, 2/3, plus c. So it'll be 2/7. And just plug in x minus 1 to the 7/2 plus 4/5 x minus 1 to the 5/2 plus 2/3 times x minus 1 to 3/2 plus c. That was pretty hard.
I couldn't actually do it. I couldn't do it until like 6 years.
Yeah, we would.
My son be crying, like tears shedding. So you, every time he got like 5 questions, and if he got 1 question wrong, I give him 5 more. So he's on the 5th set of 5 questions, and like tears like coming out. It's like, I hate you, Dad. And, like,
First sounds like I excel. I
school in the way.
Let's just do it. Oh.
Miss you, I remember like the earlier times when
Stop
it
it.
was like
Oh, yes, you're saying that you're gonna play all.
it was like so like we did it to make like
Oh, that's what you said.
Yeah.
It was all my dad, like his son being when he was.
Dude,
Okay, do you want to join competition? Right now, the first competition is January 27th. And so.
Omar, you wanna join the competition with me?
if I joined the math competition, it would be unfair to all the contestants.
Exactly, bro. In order to get every question wrong, you have to get every question right.
Dude, I would optimize the results.
Dude, for real, bro, I would do so bad.
I can't go on the 27th. January 27th.
Oh, there's other one. What?
I will stand.
Why are you first line?
Yeah, there's other things. This is like March 7th.
You know, it's just you, it's just
March 7th would be the one.
No way.
But the other one, no way. Games. I think. Games. And then, but March 7th.
Yeah. Without my plan, I would be failing class for it.
Did you put in the winter break? Yeah.
You didn't do it when I checked it.
I did the first 7. I did it the first 7. But the first day back in Thanksgiving, I did it. Tell me before you go.
Let me look at them. I put down 2000.
I did the corn down. I can come back.
Come back? No, I need that you show me now. I think you, when I checked, you didn't have it. Either you didn't have it or you didn't have it. I'm at this. That period is a regular block or 30 minutes?
We only have 2 blocks today, and it was first and third.
Oh, first and third?
Yeah.
Dude,
After that's what? No, the 7 as well.
Oh, yeah.
We've been to regular class.
But now it's lunch or prepare. But now it's lunch or prepare.
Lunch.
I'm just gonna
The moment he told me, Mr. A,
no.
It's for half of Nathan's score.
No. Put in the calculus grade, you know what I'm saying? I check my grade. Oh, it goes up to a 90.
oh, fine.
I kill that test. That's like, I check it again 5 minutes later because I reload the page. 81. No. I just do the test material. It's personal now. Michael Jordan, Kobe mentality is activated. Do you have the test?
He just laughs when you get a girlfriend.
Oh my god, they told me. Someone was like, can we show Mr. Yate a picture when you went to her date? I was like, what? No.
I need to lock in. You need to lock in.
Bro, this is ridiculous. I can't believe that.
That's what it is.
That's horrible. But I'm not gonna lie, any teacher was gonna know that it's good that it's you. It's good that it's you.
Well, at least you're not dating somebody in my classroom. I hate people dating somebody in my classroom.
That would be weird. Cause like, the only people who are like cool about that is you and Greenwald. Cause I told Greenwald I went on a date with a college girl last year, and he gave me like this lore story.
Wait, is that even legal for you? For her?
Don't worry.
Mr. You know what my first kiss was? I was 12, and my dad brought like one of his friends, and like, that friend had a niece, and she was 18. And my dad was like we were talking with her, like it was like whatever. And my dad was like, "You guys have to do Italian kiss. You go cheek, cheek, lip," and that was my first kiss, just like that. W wingman, my dad.
Remember when I was I was kind of mad, but they didn't understand. No way. Do you have the test?
Yeah.
Can I see it? I can't wait till tomorrow. This is ridiculous.
I want to do this.
You want to see this too?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
There's no way. It's either I know the game.
Well, looked at that too.
How bad did he do?
Not this bad.
Not that bad.
Not that bad.
You got like a 60 something, right?
63.
Bro, I was doing intro for 2 months.
He did this before all of us.
Oh my god. I'm so tight. Well, I'm tight. And my fault. You expected it to go my fault.
Oh god.
And you have my best in the It was in the score.
Bro.
Bro. I mean, it's right now in those. Oh.
Hi.
Oh, I got 47. Why is it? What are you doing? Bro, what are you doing?
Yeah, it did worse than Eli.
Yeah, I'm straight. What do you do? I don't know. Bro, come on, bro. What are you doing? Take it home. No way I got it back. That's a chunk. No. What's the next unit on?
We're doing use substitution next, right? I already know how to do it.
Okay.
I already looked. I watched it with the Esther Leonardo, whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, he's good. He's good video.
Yeah, shot me.
Don't. I don't know.
No, I'm not. I actually wanted to.
Bro.
Bro. This is more. We have a conversation, okay?
I've never been
Where did you even get? You got positive 12.
You can look at it. You can, if you, did you finish going over it? You should do it. The question's over there. The answer's over there. The test is online.
It's just negative, no? I don't know how I've done
Negative what?
How do you get 12, bro?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's a girlfriend. Time to dump her.
Well, that's actually insane. Okay, negative what? Well, it wasn't negative 8, bro. That's good. Don't back me up for that. Dude, you need to mark it up more. Yeah, sure. Can I have it?
No.
I can't teach him. Don't teach him.
Well, he's fine. He's a big boy.
He needs to know.
You need to go back and redo the whole thing. You can redo the whole empty test. Empty test is online. Yeah. You're gonna see how many answers over there too if you want to look at answers. But
I'm not gonna copy it.
It's okay. Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna learn again.
I'll do it for
But I
Toronto.
think- Have you ever-
I didn't pick our hits from Toronto.
No, wait, that's the other one.
Last year or something.
Wait, let me quote you, Rod. Think about quote you better than Jake. Don't quote you.
I put the song, bro.
Sean wasn't gonna hire me. That could have been bad.
It's on video.
Wait, legit. Look at the song.
Are you getting Sean out?
Are you gonna leave? Are you dropping Sean?
are we gonna have no, he's just not okay, so I understand if you got sick for like 2 days or 3 days, but for a whole week, just taking the whole week off. Like, and the parents are not doing better job. The parents drive him halfway to school and says, "Oh, you still look sick. I'll drive you home."
Halfway.
I would have like, damn son, you're going to school. It seems like you can stand up, go to school. And the problem with the parents is to like parents allow him to like, all you gotta do is to pass the test, and he was able to host a party. Remember that party that something Friendsgiving or something?
It was nice. It was a good. It was fun.
Okay, so come on, man. I would be like, you have to score 100. Like you have a low standard for your kids. Like you don't have any high standard. Like I just don't. I don't understand. There's no incentive. Imagine if your judge show his test score to the parents. Or just parents will murder him.
Nah, cause like the thing with Raj's parents is like they're not mean, but I can already see your dad being like the most disappointed. That's right, bro. He's gonna be like, "Bro, you didn't work hard. What are you doing?" I get mad. I'm like, "How you talking to me?" He's like, "Yeah, you're staying home and stuff every once in a while. That's okay." But like, what is this? My dad, you're right. Yeah, I'm okay, bro. Jay, if I get a 1600, you should give me some extra.
No. You should get some 1600.
You think I'm going to? He's out of
Huh?
Hey, bro, don't forget our bet. Oh, yeah, yeah. If you get a 1500, you can send one. Hmm? You said you what? Oh, the bet is like, if I get a 1600, like, on request, with no questions. Alright.
Did you do perfect on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see though. They're like 13. The only question I didn't know how to do, I figured it out with like alternate
Hi,
methods.
Leda.
Like a bunch of fractions with the trig relationship, or whether it be with the derivatives on SAT. Those things are so underrated, and they should start teaching derivatives for SAT.
No.
I don't know what the hell you're yapping about. Dude, it's just a lot easier to solve a derivative than the other ways. I'd rather know how to do a derivative and solve for stuff than memorize the formula.
Remember?
Eli, you better get your butt working on that. I give some credit for people who did it.
Yeah.
A lot of people third period didn't do it. I can't even help them with their grade.
That's the only thing saving me right now.
You didn't do it?
No, I did, thank God.
What credit?
The extra credit over break.
For the test?
No, just in general.
Oh, that test. Yeah, I just.
No, I'm talking about this current test.
Yeah, talk about the test.
Oh, shit. I'm going. I didn't know I paid.
You have to tomorrow. Right?
Yeah, why?
I'm not even-
What do you need?
Next doesn't get it.
Watch your video.
Like on some.
Get your earphone out and watch your video.
A couple years ago, I ended up in a motorcycle accident. Planning keeps me covered.
He just.
Okay, so.
Did you remember we had the biomed test in
Yeah. Is that that's tomorrow?
we put out about
How long is it? No. Is it the whole book? That's gonna be torture. Oh, it's over for you. Until the, wait, when's the next session, Steve? This week, right?
What?
Next week?
Today is
Monday.
use substitution. Thursday is gonna be definite integral.
That's Friday?
no.
Friday is gonna be approximation. Monday is gonna be approximation. Tuesday, Wednesday is gonna be kinematic, and then Thursday test.
You do kinematics.
But you said we didn't have it on wait. Why are we doing definite integrals? Is
Huh?
that different?
We need to do definite integral for use substitution,
Oh, okay. Let's see how that goes.
and also we need to do approximation, which is right end, left end, trapezoid rule, midpoint rules, and that we should finish by Monday. We should be able to do kinematic in like 2 days, but kinematic was with the integrals.
So it's like reverse the derivative?
Oh no, not that kinematics.
Oh, it's different?
No, these ones are weird. I think if it's the same thing, I'm thinking.
Are you truly learning?
In what, physics?
No,
Because you learn derivatives.
Yeah, I learned.
You also learn integrals. So bad.
I thought that is that.
Anyways, that third isn't that. That's like 2 weeks. That's like the Thursday right before break, right? Right then, what? The next week's last week, right? Okay.
I think so.
It should be. And then we'll have the test and that'll be fun. Alright. I kind of was hoping it was this week, because next week I don't do much.
Game test physics.
In physics? Yeah. Dude, you guys should. No, I feel like you should, like, to be on track, you guys should be, but it's good. Cause I think one thing that's important for teaching is if you're gonna learn this stuff, you have to trust your teacher. Like, for example, I trust Miss Gray, even though, like, I trust Miss Gray as a teacher to get the curriculum done, and, like, for me to be able to pass the exam. If you don't trust your teacher, no, my few friends from DP, they don't trust their teacher. They have really low confidence in the exam, so how are they gonna do an exam day?
freshman. Who? You have friend and
My few friends in DP, yeah, take out.
told him to join my tutoring section. I charged him though. No, not $100.
Oh.
My rate is 150, so it depends how many kids there are. So
you divide it?
you divide it up.
My rate is more actually.
I don't know, man.
My rate is 150 per hour, so you can have like 6 kids.
Oh.
So it'll be $25 per hour.
So it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like 2 kids would be 75 per person.
Right now they are 2 kids. Right now it's 3 kids right now. So they have one from LVB and the other one is from the other two is from Data Phillips.
What's OEB?
Buena Vista, Lake Buena
Oh,
Vista.
LBB.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Huh?
is it Miro?
Isha.
Isha? But she's a senior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else?
That's LVB. Data Phillips is Abika and Mina.
Oh, Mina Anomaly.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean,
She's in karate.
yeah, she does it with me.
She told me she had to work. So I was like, "Where do you work? Is it karate?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's probably the same place." Mina's cool. She's really nice. She's really sweet.
I hang out with her brother. I was just with him. I think.
Oh, he's in college, right?
Yeah, I'm close to him.
Yeah. So I tutor Mina and Bika. So yeah, if there was more kids join, it's gonna be cheaper for them anyway. So ideally, I wanted one group for Data Philip, I want one group for LVB, but I have one and a half. The other person haven't decided yet. So, but if they have 10 kids, each person's gonna pay $15.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
So I'm not gonna overcharge them, but my hour rate is gonna be set at this point because I don't want to waste my life for. I'd rather waste my life to like stay in tutoring to help you guys. I'm not gonna be like I could have just leave and tutor somebody else, but I'd rather spend those time with you guys, just kind of watch over you guys, rather than go tutor someone else. But if I tutor someone else's, that's my own money. That's like
Paid.
yeah, I have to get paid because trust me, teacher salary is not enough.
Think like all right for the teacher salary, you think you deserve more? Yes.
For me, yeah,
Yeah.
they should pay me $100,000 a year.
I think the highest paid.
No, I'm being realistic. I have a guy over there. The guy over there, like the guy is watching ISS, like watching ISS kids. There was like 3 kids in the classroom. He watching YouTube, and he's got his own bathroom.
Yeah.
He got paid same as me.
That's crazy. His own bathroom.
He has his own bathroom.
I feel for that. I'm not gonna lie. That's just so.
Like every time I go to his bathroom to use his bathroom, when I come to his bathroom, the guy's watching YouTube. He get paid same as me. He don't have to grade no damn paper.
Can you not ask for more? So you have like really good pass rates and stuff.
Yeah, but that's a problem with government agency. Most like Elon Musk said it best. The only reason why government agency fails is because government doesn't know how to take care of like the people who are good. Because every teacher is gonna get paid the same, regardless you are Greenwald or Mr. Ye or Mr. Prom. Regardless who you are, you're gonna get paid the same. Or that ISS teacher. For that guy, I think he's the smartest guy in this hallway. Not Prom, not me. He don't have to do shit. He's just watching YouTube video. He can get a second job while watching those 3 kids on ISS.
What is
In school suspension.
I thought I got the international space side. I was like, oh,
No,
ISS.
The guy is literally a genius. Just he don't have to do shit. He don't have no grade, no paper.
Yo, what time do we get out of here, guys? 41. 41? We have 42. I don't know. I think we got 1 minute. No, I'm not. Hey, if I get a dumb bag, I don't trust myself to program. I can't believe this. Okay.
It's okay. I heard, man. We need to do this in the.
Dude. Are you sorry for not doing that?
Don't say that for Nathan.
Me personally, like,
What's
whoa, wait, what? Who did that? Was that you? Did that? I think I messed up in the first part. Dude, PUBG is crazy, man. I cannot be this. That's just
Yeah, you really get like that style.
Never surprised someone.
yeah, for the first two.
Well, I haven't done anything.
Literally my hand 35 times. That's early on. Oh, and then okay, there you go. What do you mean? Oh, the last one. That's just algebra. See, most people in hey, Dolly. Like I know, like a lot of people have like algebra. Last minute.
Bye.
You know what's crazy about me?
Wait, what's your fifth period?
Which you're fine to use that, okay? You've done before.
Oh, you're not going?
Look it up, okay. But you do know how to do that. That is an integration by parts. So some of these are gonna
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away.
so here's number one. Let's look at this. If we were to create a triangle out of this thing, I always draw my triangles in the same orientation. That way I have it fixed in my head. I don't want to get random triangles up here. You gotta get a right triangle, of course. I always draw it this way. Maybe you can do the same thing. I want you to think of what this actually is. It's going to be part of the Pythagorean theorem, but think about the pieces up here. Would this have to be the length of the hypotenuse or the length of a side? It's got to be a side because it's got a minus in there. Does that make sense? Pythagorean theorem says the hypotenuse is when you take the sides and add them. A side happens when you take the hypotenuse and subtract. So what we know right now is that this is going to be the length of a side. You guys all understand the idea. It's got to be a side. Now, think about which one of these would be the hypotenuse. If this is a side, one of these pieces has to be the hypotenuse. What letter has to be the hypotenuse? A has to be. X can't be because the hypotenuse is the longest side, correct? So if this is the longest side, X was the hypotenuse, I get a negative inside my square root. I can't have that. You with me? So we look at this and go, wait a minute. If this is a side, one of these is the hypotenuse. The bigger one, the first one, has to be the hypotenuse. That's got to be A. Now here's your major idea for this whole thing, for this whole lesson. Once you figure this out, it's not hard. I mean, shoot, if it's got a plus, that is the hypotenuse. If it's got a minus, one of these is the hypotenuse.
Should now be back from A1.
The bigger one is the hypotenuse. Now, here's your goal. Your next goal is you're going to make these sides in such a way that you get x over a for either tangent or sine or secant. Those are the only three that we're going to use, tangent or sine or secant. So we figure out where the hypotenuse is. Then what we do is we make our sides in a relationship so that tangent or sine or secant gives us x over a. Is that clear for you? I'm going to write that out and make a little note here. So notice that you get to choose, right? Either this is going to be x or this is going to be x. Either this is going to be square root of x, a squared minus x squared, or this is going to be the square root of a squared minus x squared. You get to choose, but only one's the correct choice. So put sides in a relationship such that we get x over a or tangent or sine or secant. Okay, this right here becomes with that one. Tangent, sine, and secant. So let's see which one of those work. Would tangent give me x over a? Would sine give me x over a? Okay, so if that doesn't happen, what's it gotta be? It's gotta be secant, and the only way to do secant is to move the a from here to there. Secant is hypotenuse over adjacent. So if I say, hey, the x is the hypotenuse, guess what I'm using?
Dude, I told you to watch a YouTube video, not TikTok.
That's not the way it
YouTube
works.
short.
So if x is the hypotenuse, I'm using secant. Does that make sense? Then this is
Click on the live, most recent.
in this case, okay, well, let's make our trigonometric substitution. Let's make something so that our trig
Sure.
function gives us x over a. The only one that works here.
But it does that sometimes.
Hold on a second, let me see. Yeah, it's right here. Exponential function.
For me, it's not showing up. Sometimes it'll show up later.
I'm gonna send you the link. Basically, you just have to find out